ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
We have the great pleasure and opportunity to have Rahul Chari, the co-founder and serial entrepreneur and the Badshah of transactions of India, transaction volumes of India, being with us. And thank you, Rahul, for being with Bangalore Tech Summit Pitstop, and welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Really excited to actually be here once again as a part of Bangalore Tech Summit.
Thank you. Rahul, we want to understand and get to know you more, and we have a wide audience beaming across Karnataka and through India. We have a lot of conglomerates, enterprises. You've got a lot of academia who's part of this journey today with the Bangalore Tech Summit's auspicious 25th year milestone of Bangalore Tech Summit happening. We wanted to understand more about PhonePe. PhonePe has conquered the transactions of more than about 110 to 120 million transactions per day happening. What are the PhonePe's ambitions in the short term and on the long term as India sees the upbeat of the ecosystem of digital payments happening? Where do you see yourself heading towards?
We obviously take a lot of pride in where we have got to, and are genuinely humbled by the kind of love we've got from the consumers and the volume of transactions that we are seeing. But I think we keep ourselves fairly grounded about the fact that the total number of transactions, one, given the potential in India and where cash is still at, we still have a long way to go to truly create a dent on the cash utilization. Secondly, I think the number of transactions for us is largely a vanity metric. What we are looking at is to see whether the entire population of the country is getting served from digital transactions perspective and from financial services. For us, we've always looked at ourselves as being one of the ecosystem builders when it comes to digital payments and financial services, working very, very closely with the initiatives that have been put forward by RBI, the policymakers, the government, and NPCI. Uh, there are so many participants that work together to make the financial services and digital payments happen in the country. There is obviously the consumers and the merchants, which is two sides of a network. There are banks, which continue to be the custodians of money. There are fintech players, there are other startups, and there are other financial institutions like NBFCs. The way we look at PhonePe is to be the glue between all these actors, with the primary responsibility of being a platform that can scale significantly, that can actually be extremely reliable when it comes to financial transactions, and can be highly performant. So, speed, reliability, and scale in bringing all these actors together is how we look at our role. And we've actually operated in that role in everything that we've done, right? So we are truly one of the ecosystem builders that look at making digital payments happen for each and every adult in the country. Today we have around 415 million users on the PhonePe platform, and we believe that 1 in 4 Indians is a user on the platform. But we want every Indian, every adult Indian who has a bank account and can actually transact and can participate in the digital economy to be on PhonePe and to serve them. I think taking this ecosystem building view and taking that as the goal is what we look at our
Oh,
future.
wow, that's beautiful vision and great clarity of where you want to be very clearly saying that you don't want to become a bank, or you don't want to just become one more e-commerce or super app player in the market, but actually very great clarity that you want to become an ecosystem builder. I think that is fabulous vision, I would say. Adding to this, Raul, I think India has always leapfrogged technologies, right? Through the various stages of technology adoption in India. Uh, where do you see actually, how do you actually drive yourself? You're running an innovation lab in a category that is first of its kind. And how do you actually get the entire ecosystem of phone pay every day think of innovation, because everything that you do it is at a different scale? How do you think of scale? That is the first part. And how do you think of innovation every day in the morning? What do you actually get up with actually? How do you look at it?
So I think uh, carrying on from the previous conversation that we just had about how we look at PhonePe's future, one of the things that has excited us as a group has been the approach India has taken towards protocol-driven innovation. Right. UPI is an example of a protocol that can actually accelerate adoption of digital payments. We have account aggregator, which is basically a protocol that is allowing exchange of financial information between two parties on behalf of a consumer with the consent of a consumer. You have ONDC, which is coming in, which is trying to actually establish a e-commerce protocol that will allow both buyers and sellers to participate in a manner where they're not necessarily vertically integrated through a single platform. I think in general, uh, uh, protocol driven innovation that can actually be the way to scale towards population level impact in the shortest period of time is what as a group. And I think we kind of think in that model. So we always look at what are such possibilities that are coming our way as a technology team, a product team, and a business team. We look at these opportunities as being areas where we can bring in the expertise and kind of accelerate innovation on top of that. So I think we kind of engineer thinking in the organization towards that, which becomes a very, very important, I would say, catalyst for what is next that we invest in. Secondly, we are an extremely data decisioned organization, right? And when I say data decisioned, a lot of stuff, a lot of projects that we pick up, a lot of investments that we make, and a lot of energy that we put in is always backed by data. And we have a very high level of information symmetry in the company. What is information symmetry? When you have transparent data exchange between everybody in the organization, barriers of thinking are broken down, which are normally caused by information asymmetry, are broken down. Everybody's on the same page about how the market is headed, how are consumers thinking, what is it that the merchants are really looking for. And once that happens, right, as long as you bring smartest people together, innovation will automatically happen. So high level of data transparency and a general framework of being protocol driven that can actually create population level impact, I think is the kind of, I would say, if there is a mantra to how we think about innovation in the company, that would be it.
Oh, wow. I think in a market and in the world that where data is the new natural resource, I think you use the word of information symmetry. I think that's beautifully put, and I was thinking a layer above it of how you are driving with AI to the next level. Uh, how do you look at the mind space of the Indian consumer when it comes to transactions on digital wallet today? And how do you think that it is getting shaped? And where do you think that what are the challenges that you, from a technology innovation perspective, are looking at? uh, the next generation of Web 3.0 coming in, the next generation of Edge coming in. How do you look at these that you adapt as you go forward? And where do you think, what are the challenges you think of the customer that you are chasing or solving for the customer today?
So I think the wallet share of consumers moving from cash to digital transactions is the way we look at maturity of the ecosystem, right? And for us, that's the Uber goal. Can we start taking cash usage on a daily basis down and transfer that to digital usage, right? And wallet share basically comes from that digital wallet share going up and cash wallet share going down. Now, the means towards that, whether it is through prepaid instruments, what we call traditionally as digital wallets, whether it is through direct debit through a means like UPI, whether it's credit cards as it exists today, or there'll be some new form of rotating credit that runs on top of UPI or any other rails tomorrow. I think that will really be driven by consumer choice of one, availability, and two, ease and convenience. UPI succeeded mainly because of the fact that everybody did have a bank account. And to be able to transact directly from the bank account using UPI was so simple. It's as
Yeah.
clean as that. So I think the winner when it comes to which would be the instrument of choice on the digital front, one I think will continue to be, it won't be a necessarily a winner takes all, it will be a mix. It might be tilted significantly towards one, but it'll be a mix and it'll be driven by consumer choice. The role that we can play is to ensure that we never take the choice away. And therefore, I think open architecture platforms will win, wherein you don't tie yourself to any one singular financial instrument or method of making digital payments. So, an open architecture where you're allowing every ecosystem player to participate and therefore give the choice to the consumer is the way to go. From an investment perspective, I think what we need to be careful about is how are we engineering these choices? Uh, there's a lot of talk about Web3, cryptocurrencies,
Yeah.
and blockchain, and I think a lot of ideas do get mixed up. We have to actually evaluate whether there is genuinely a need for cryptocurrencies in the digital retail payments ecosystem in India or not, and where cryptocurrencies do play a role. They are today a speculative instrument and not a currency to be used on retail payments. And therefore, we have taken a view of not necessarily encouraging that, because if you are working at population scale, there is also a responsibility to ensure that you're not creating unnecessary exposure to speculative investment on that front. So I think we have to be careful about what are the choices we take to market when you're playing at population scale. And use of technology, I think, will evolve. Whether there's a role for blockchain in digital payments and more so in financial services, definitely, I think blockchain technology has a role to play. Right, blockchain technology, everything from smart contracts to other initiatives of possible partial ownership, etc. There is a role to play, and I think we'll figure out that as we go on what that role of technology is. Finally, I think where the investments need to go for the future is one in terms of ensuring that uh, as you scale across use cases, across population, and across the geography of the country, you're able to actually transact irrespective of infrastructure. So offline payments becomes extremely important. Investment in more data-driven interventions to ensure that fraud rates keep coming down. Social engineering frauds included coming down in the country becomes something that is very important. And education, digital education, not just about payments, but about participating in the financial markets in the right way, is also something that I think we'll be focusing on.
I think fabulous put across. I think your earlier point about it all come to your vision of the ecosystem player and what you're in the various creating as an ecosystem. Uh, Coming to that part of the ecosystems and platforms that are actually getting created today, open platforms that are happening. What is your point of view on the overall data bill that is getting built up in country, and this trend that is linked with the data, also with the trend of super apps that are happening in the market? uh, every large bank wants to become a super app player in the market today, and we have seen non-traditional and traditional players also trying to get into the infancy stage of super apps actually. Where do you see this convergence, or the market actually becoming much more verticalized as we go forward between super apps and payment gateways and other e-commerce players in the market?
So I think super apps per se have been actually around for a while in different shapes and forms. And there's also a attempt to try and replicate super apps as they've happened in other markets, particularly China. Right, China has the WeChat platform is a super app, does everything from messaging, social media, social networks, payments, food delivery, all of it kind of put together on one platform, where it's practically like the operating system for folks there. There is the Alibaba platform or group of apps that is kind of like a super app. I don't think trying to replicate that, I don't think is the right strategy for India. Uh, One, consumers think very differently. I think there is definitely merit in trying to actually create a super app of adjacent categories or use cases. Payments plus financial services could be one. I think shopping and a specific category of shopping could be another. Services could be another one. And I think if you see that, that's how the kind of market has
So it's
evolved. You
more
have
specialized with the same verticalization.
it is not very strongly straitjacketed to one vertical, but
Okay.
it's adjacent services put together. So you have all sorts of services kind of coming together with apps like Urban Company. You have food delivery apps that bring restaurants together, and then you have obviously financial services and payments apps like us. So I think the Indian consumer is slightly more nuanced and likes to have that level of compartmentalization, and therefore we have to be careful about what all one single app can do. Secondly, I think it's very important for super apps to continue to have an open architecture model. What is open architecture? Open architecture is where you are not the singular manufacturer of all the products and services that you're taking to market, because that ultimately does restrict choice for the consumer. So open architecture is where all producers of services or all manufacturer of products, etc., to a decent extent are able to participate with you as the super app platform, so that choice continues to be retained for the
Yeah.
consumer, because only they will win. Any super app that is trying to actually curtail choice, I think, will find it difficult to get the level of penetration that they're expecting.
So you're talking of the earlier point of open architectures, open systems, and APIs getting monetized and looking at it. I think that's an interesting thing. Where do you see the new opportunities? We have a lot of viewers who are in colleges and who are budding entrepreneurs. Where do you think, with this point of view and the vision of what you're talking of, where it's opening up of new pivots actually happening? Where do you see that you can pinpoint to the next Ubers of the world, next guys who can become large entrepreneurs?
Mhm.
You can pinpoint to some vision of yours, what you see as the trends coming in, big opportunities that can be looked at.
So I think, like I mentioned, anything that actually India, given the vast size of our population, and also the fact that when you're playing on the consumer side, or even sometimes on the side of small and medium businesses, which actually make up the fabric of the country, the ultimate possible business that you can create also is comes only when you operate at certain level of scale, because the revenue per consumer or the revenue per merchant can be pretty small. So if you're trying to actually play in a space that is driven by volumes, I think identifying opportunities that allow you to scale through what I call as protocol driven innovation, I think is one area that folks can look into. Right? ONDC is a classic example. I think it's an opportunity to try and see whether there are yeah, innovative solutions that can bring in of how logistics providers probably plug into the ONDC network, sellers plug into the ONDC network. Are there capabilities to do unified tracking that is for the various logistics providers? So you're going to have a lot of participants in this digital economy who are not necessarily digital savvy, and they're going to be exposed to a fair amount of scale in a very short period of time, because of the fact that this is uh, uh, platform level innovation, and platforms like us would possibly even try and accelerate that. And therefore, trying to build solutions that allow all these actors to participate in this digital economy faster is one way to look at where the next opportunity lies.
Nice, actually. I think switching across to the Rahul's personal traits, actually coming back to your personal traits, you are in nation building while you are running an innovation culture and innovation lab. You are part of the nation building, actually. What is it that actually wakes you up every day, and what is it, the sleepless nights that you have, that you look forward to solving on an everyday basis, as part of where you are taking the country to the next level? Like Modi, our prime minister, declared recently, we are getting into the Amrut Kal. This is the technology Amrut Kal, as India gets into the developed nation mark, possibly by 2047. Where do you see us actually leading across? But starting from actually Rahul's waking up in the morning on the nation building agenda.
I think being a nation builder, or nation building as being a goal, is I don't deserve that. I think that's a much, much larger uh, goal, and is being pursued by some folks, organizations that are much bigger and altruistic than I am. I'm really a small part of that puzzle. But I think for me, I'm genuinely a builder. What excites me is about trying to actually build solutions, build products, and build platforms that have positive impact. Positive impact is primarily, in my lens, where technology can create a baseline shift in solving a problem or bringing convenience or bringing efficiencies. So anything that actually makes an inefficient system significantly more efficient through technology. And the word significantly more is important because incremental, I don't think solves for India, right? I think we don't have that luxury anymore. What I think the internet technology era did for the United States over a period of say 15 years, done for China over the period of 10 years. We don't have the luxury to take that kind of time, and we don't should not take that luxury because a lot of stuff has been solved for. Public cloud being available to actually build solutions and take it to market means that a significant barrier to entry is taken away. So we have a shorter window of 5 years, which is even shorter than the decade that we are talking about, to actually create the kind of impact that we need to create. And therefore, everything has to be a baseline shift using technology. So for me, I'm a builder, like to build platforms and products that can create the baseline shift. And that shift is not measured revenue, but is measured by actual social impact, about behavior change that is for the positive, efficiencies that is for the positive, that actually, for example, reduces the number of hops that money makes, reduces the number of middlemen that are engaged before money can actually be distributed. And all of these are being, all of the railroads for these are already being laid by the regulators, by the policymakers, by the banks that are participating. So for me, it's just a great opportunity to participate in creating that kind of baseline shift, and that's what excites me.
Superb. I think you're very well put, and you're extremely humble about being the Badshaw of Indian transactions with 110 million that you drive every day.
Like I said, it's a vanity metric.
Right. I think while you look at that as one of the vanity metrics, actually, I think most of the legacy enterprises and budding startups are very inquisitive about what happens in the management meetings of large startups. You discuss about blowing the money, you discuss about revenue targets, what type of KPIs that you actually discuss. And in the same context, I think the second part of the question is how do you have like-minded co-founders in the case of you have co-founders along with you in phone pay journey. So how do you actually get like-minded people in this journey to meet your vision?
So our meetings are not like very traditional large company meetings. We actually have a lot of debate, a lot of arguments. I think there's a lot of healthy friction where there are a lot of viewpoints that come to the table, and I think that's what makes it a thriving organization. For us, obviously, we discuss budgets, we discuss spends, we discuss revenues. What we look at as important metrics are input metrics. So I think we that's why I think for me transactions is an output metric. It's something that we are very proud of, but we don't really get excited by how fast the transactions are growing. I think what we look at is, okay, if the transactions are at this scale, how many unique customers are driving those transactions, and are those unique customers, users growing continuously? That is an input metric.
Okay.
Right. Similarly, are the users who are driving these transactions doing these transactions for more and more use cases every day? And are the number of use cases on the platform increasing? That's an input metric. Okay. If I ultimately want to have PhonePe available for every use case that you encounter on a daily basis, I have to measure myself that one, whether I am bringing together either myself or with other players those use cases to the front for the user, and two, is the user actually engaging in them? So I think we're very, very input oriented or input focused, and then the belief is that the output will follow automatically if you're input focused. I think that's the right way to put it. And I think in that journey, having like-minded folks who think like that, who think about the fact that it's more important to be input focused than output focused, and having a very high level of trust is very important. You should not be like skilled. I think we have to be very, very complementary. Between Samir, Burzin, and myself, as three co-founders at PhonePe. We each have a skill set that I think complements the
Compliments.
other, and I think that's what makes us a fairly strong unit. But more important than that, while we have complementary skills, we have a very, very high level of trust. I think we may have our arguments, we may have our discussions, but once we actually make a decision to move forward, we back ourselves to the hilt. Right? We never question each other on those decisions. So the trust is extremely high, and that to me is very important. And it's also very important that we hold each other accountable. So I think one of the roles that we take upon ourselves is hold the mirror to the other person. I hold the mirror to them when I believe that there is something that they are possibly have to rethink, and they do the same from their side. So trust and being able to hold each other accountable with trust and to actually complement each other in the skill set. Important.
Wow, trust is the new currency for becoming a serial entrepreneur and maverick technology CTO is what you are giving the insight. Uh, Rahul, I think we want to understand how did you disrupt yourself as a kid in your ambition look at actually becoming an entrepreneur and not taking up any of the regular jobs. We are still a very traditional outlook
Yeah.
society that we have. And what is it that we have a lot of viewers who are also parents who are part of this. How do you actually change this mindset of joining, say, large conglomerates or this? And how do you encourage becoming an entrepreneur? We want to start from your journey actually.
So my journey actually was a very normal journey. I, as a kid, an amazing child, my parents were extremely supportive of any decision that I took in the college. And I was a nerd in my books, chasing marks and doing pretty well on that front. But had a normal career, went from my engineering to do my masters, and then I did join a startup as my first job. While I did have offers from MNCs, I think that was one decision that I do believe was extremely important because I think without taking anything away from the larger organizations, what a startup offers you is a compressed learning cycle that you can't beat.
Wow.
And compressed learning cycles in the early years of your career pay huge dividends going forward. I think that's the way to look at it. So I think, irrespective of whether you are in a large company or a startup, whether you're able to compress your learning cycles and get exposed to as much as possible in your early years when you have nothing to lose, I think is the way to look at your career. And that to me is entrepreneurial, irrespective of whether you're running your own company or not. After first 10 years, so a startup and then in a larger company which had acquired our startup, after 10 years in that, I actually met Samir at a friend's wedding, and he was looking to actually start a venture in the music distribution space. I was actually working on an idea in the real estate, online real estate space, and frankly, Samir is the visionary entrepreneur, and I am a slightly more cautious entrepreneur, if you put it like that. So the combination worked, and that's when we got started. But I think the important thing is always to kind of ensure that learning cycles are not limited by your job, and then look at opportunities if you have the bandwidth and the desire to grow broader, irrespective of whether you're in a startup or a large company. Keep kind of spreading your wings within there. I think those are the folks who, one, go on to actually build bigger things by themselves, and two, actually do well in their career.
Wow, fabulous insight. You also have given a new insight about with startups you can actually leapfrog your learning curve, right? That's exactly what is a great insight actually for budding people who want to join jobs. Actually, way to look out for. Uh, the last one, Rahul. I think what do you do with when you're not actually thinking innovation? What do you do? What are your hobbies? What does your normal day look like?
Uh, Normal day for me is at work, talking to folks at work. Frankly, I think a lot of credit that you're giving me for innovation, the kind of growth that you've seen, goes back to our teams, right? I'm surrounded by some of the smartest people. I can take some amount of credit to bring them together, but after that, that become takes a life of its own, and they attract the best people. So I have some really really good people surrounding me, and they keep me on my toes about trying to ensure that I'm up to speed on all the learnings. Outside of that, on weekends, spending time with my kids is something that is very important to me. It's a stress buster. And I pursue a hobby in woodworking. So I'm
Wow.
a learning carpenter. It goes back to being building stuff. So building stuff, physical things, using your own hands has its own charm, and that's what I pursue as my hobby.
I think Bangalore has been one of the most iconic cities for technology. And right from the beginning, you take the start of HALs, the public sectors, ITIs, BELs, and ISRO, it has been. And later, IT caught up, and this has become the capital of the technology hub in India and to a large extent in the Asia Pacific region. What you see, you have been in Bangalore last 10 years now. What you see so something that's so different about Bangalore when it compared to all other cities? What makes it beyond talent? What else do you think happens here in Bangalore?
I think the talent pool that has got created by all the companies, in fact, the larger companies, right, starting from Texas Instruments to
Yeah,
HAL and IBM's extra of the world, the talent pool that has come in has created this critical mass that has got the flywheel going in terms of being the most innovative city when it comes to IT and software. But more importantly than that, what Bangalore as a city has actually complemented for that is being one of the trailblazers when it comes to trials. The average consumer, the shopkeeper, and the businesses are also extremely tech savvy. They've been able to actually take on newer technologies, newer offerings, and try them out at amazing speed. So what that does is creates this virtuous cycle where a lot of consumer startups are able to actually experiment very fast. One, they can create the talent pool to build the products. They're able to experiment fast. They're able to get feedback, and they're able to accelerate their growth from this being the epicenter. So I think Bangalore plays that unique role wherein talent pool coming together, consumers, businesses being extremely tech savvy, and being early adopters of technology has created the ideal beta testing platform and then the first go to market for a lot of products, right? And I think that is what Bangalore has uniquely going for it. In terms of the level of investment that all the companies have made, they've kind of ensured that there's a high level of entrenchment where the talent pool continues to stay here and be a very, very critical part of the overall ecosystem. I think going forward, to kind of continue to maintain this edge, I have to say the obvious: we have to make the kind of investments that are needed to ensure that infrastructure in Bangalore is getting not just getting better, but is also leapfrogging, like we are leapfrogging in a lot of other areas to ensure that we are world class. I think that is extremely important. So because otherwise we are at the risk of losing that edge. And I think it has to be a combination of public-private participation where we all have to participate to create it, but we're looking for more avenues to do that and ideas to do that.
I think well said. I think public-private partnership is the way to go. And of course, I think I personally believe that we are the most proactive ITBT ministry that is very
Yeah.
proactively drives the agenda here. And I think the next wave attached to this question, the next wave of technology leap and talent that is happening across, and what skill sets you think will be much more in demand uh, in this market that you see, and where it will be advantage Bangalore vis-a-vis other cities?
I think Bangalore has an advantage for all kinds of talent, mainly because it's become the melting pot for software talent in the country in a way that it significantly outstrips most other IT hubs that are there. So I don't think there's any singular talent that will necessarily make Bangalore stand out. In general, it is the combination of all the talents, because there might be a lot of talk about AI. There's a lot of talk about data. There's a lot of talk about data sciences. Ultimately, you need to be able to bring the best software engineering talent that can actually operate platforms at scale with some of the best data scientists, cutting edge research in AI, all of it coming together. And I think Bangalore has that mainly because of the fact that it is that melting pot. So it's not any singular talent spike. There are areas that spike very specifically on enterprise solutions and have one kind of talent that is catering to that market. There are areas that are significantly more into BPOs, KPOs, and there's another set of talent there. Bangalore has it all. And therefore, it's very important to do every investment that we can to kind of maintain that
Maintain
edge.
this.
I think healthy paranoia of not losing that out by making the investments in infrastructure scaling very, very important.
Thank you. I think melting pot and investments are the two buzzwords for this. Thank you, Rahul.
Thanks a lot.
The world has never been more alive with opportunities and the potential for progress. We believe that this progress will drive businesses to transform more in the next 10 years than in the 100 that came before it, moving the world forward at an unprecedented rate. We sit at the core, powering this progress, enabling growth, fueling, inspiring, innovating. We are Kyndryl. We design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology systems that the world depends on every day. Working with our customers, we imagine things differently. By forging new strategic partnerships, we unlock new possibilities, creating a world powered by digital systems, alive with opportunity, robust in their potential. Nearly 90,000 strong and growing, we are curious, open, adaptive, always restless, anticipating what's next, what's possible. We are devoted to our customers and committed to their success. In every corner of the world, side by side, day to day, we help the world's biggest companies realize big ambitions and discover new ones. Together, we create healthy digital ecosystems that are oxygen to innovation and energy to change the world. We are Kyndryl, and we are the heart of progress.
Welcome to the 25th edition of the Bangalore Tech Summit. Kyndryl is privileged to be a principal partner for this flagship event. So, hello, everyone. My name is Krishnan Venkateswaran, and I'm the CTO of Kyndryl India. Today, I want to talk about an industry vertical that touches our daily life, which is retail. Let's chart the captivating journey of the retail industry over the last decade and reflect on its unfolding future. So the first surge of digitization in retail resulted in the virtualization of shopping that let shoppers browse store shelves online and purchase products through e-commerce platforms. And since then, e-commerce adoption has accelerated at breakneck speed. And today, its global market size is valued in the trillions of dollars. One of the major challenges that the booming e-retail industry had to contend with was seasonality. A substantial part of retail revenues are realized during festival seasons when 10x spikes in demand are common. So cloud computing came to the rescue as the perfect solution, since the cloud model thrives when user load fluctuates. Without cloud, retailers have to invest in infrastructure capacity that is congruent to peak demand, which results in wastage, results in inefficiencies when usage shrinks. In the meanwhile, brick and mortar showrooms also witnessing an infusion of digitization triggered by computer vision and machine learning. Retail edge technology matured and advanced. It could track shopper footfalls and dwell times across store aisles. It could use eyeball tracking technology to measure a customer's interest in a product or an offer. Deep learning models could discern buyer behavior. Digital signage boards could decide what advertisements to display based on the demographic and the facial expression of the shopper standing within camera range. So AI, this arrived at the forefront as a lever to increase in-store conversion rates. So e-commerce extended or expanded retail reach, but it also created oligopolies where a few large corporates captured large chunks of market share by attracting millions of buyers and sellers to their marketplace. Now, the motivation of Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, is to end Indian consumer dependencies on large e-commerce platforms. And it does this by unbundling buyer and seller acquisition, by bringing in interoperability, the way that UPI revolutionized Indian banking. ONDC will expand online retail penetration, which is still low in India. It will herald explosive growth as more and more apps enable their platforms with ONDC. More recently, the retail industry is turning to the metaverse to create a real buying experience with virtual showrooms. With metaverse, a retail store can extend itself outside of its real estate. It can offer a consistent experience within and beyond its four walls. A shopper can move across store sections and navigate aisles in a spatial manner, through a gesture-enabled user interface. Now, augmented reality will add the perception of depth to the to the store landscape. Now, shoppers in the metaverse, they can interact with dedicated digital shopping assistants. In short, they will get an experience that is even more immersive and more intuitive than in-store shopping. And future e-commerce with Web3 in the metaverse, that will unlock even newer avenues by decentralizing transactions. Now, Kyndryl has a focus on helping the retail industry. We count some of the world's biggest retailers among our clients. Many large retailers in India are our customers. We have practice dedicated to edge computing, and this includes the retail edge. And we scale through our global partnerships and alliances in retail tech. So to summarize, the retail industry has witnessed a decade-long disruption that has changed the way that consumers shop and merchants sell. And this transformation has been multifaceted across online e-commerce, showroom experience, hyper-personalization, store operations, shopper empowerment, and privacy protection. And the future of retail promises to be even more fascinating. Thank you for listening.
Curiosity is the core of innovation. It sparks the most vital need inside each of us, the need to progress. But it's only when curiosity meets intention that progress is made. Some of the most curious in the world become Kyndryls. And to be a Kyndryl means co-creating solutions with our customers and partners to help their business reach peak digital performance. Because one thing is certain, once you stand up for something, you can't stop creating progress.
We are privileged to partner with Government of Karnataka's TIP event, the 25th edition of the Bengaluru Tech Summit, where Kyndryl is the principal partner at the event. My name is Mahima Trivedi. I am the Global Consulting and Implementation Leader for Core Enterprise and Z Cloud practice in Kyndryl Consult. Today, I will be speaking why mainframe is at the center of cloud transformation strategy, and secondly, how Kyndryl is supporting enterprise transformation to help customers drive business outcomes. I started my career as a mainframe technician, working on mainframe technology positions in global firms, specializing in consulting and product development. As a technology leader, I am an active supporter of Women in Technology initiative. Today's enterprise demands availability, high resiliency, and unmatched performance. Mainframe continues to be a critical component of the global economy, not because of incumbency, but because of the value that platform provides. The benefits of mainframe enabled with DevOps and SRE transformation can be integrated with operations on other platforms, providing that the mainframe does not need to be an island in your enterprise IT ocean. Mainframe is at the center of a successful enterprise transformation and cloud strategy, and is capable of more than other platforms can do, and at a comparable or lower cost. Some of the key challenges customers today facing are the talents or the skill shortage, cost of the infrastructure, and that the mainframe transformation strategy is not part of their enterprise transformation journey. Kyndryl can help drive increased value with mainframe at the core of their cloud transformation. We can provide workforce transformation, shared infrastructure model to reduce hardware currency. We can support with the transformation journey through end-to-end assessments for enterprise-wide transformation with mainframe as a core of business. Strategic alliances we have, they can help support customers move to right platform for their workloads. Kyndryl recognizes the mainframe transformation as a key requirement for our customers. Kyndryl has forged key strategic partnerships and is making commitments to innovation for customers with the launch of Kyndryl Consult. With Kyndryl Consult, we are bringing together the world-class capabilities of our ecosystem partners to deliver the strategy, design, and technology services customers seek, all while creating a continuous culture of transformation. We support customers on their mainframe transformation journey with all three dispositions. First is Modernize On, which is to help transform applications on the mainframe by implementing and exploiting most modern features available on the platform. Mainframe supports DevOps practices, REST APIs, integration with cloud platforms, containerization, and development support for all major new languages, all while keeping the infrastructure cost down. Second is integrate with to modernize applications on the mainframe and integrate them with the re-platform or existing applications hosted on public clouds We have recently launched data pipe capability with Microsoft. When integrated with other platforms, mainframe is often the right platform for their applications as part of the robust enterprise transformation strategy. The third disposition is move off, which is to entirely move an application from the mainframe using various approaches and host them on the public cloud. Kyndryl supports customers with the right platform for their right platform to enable their transformation journey. Thank you.
Curiosity is the core of innovation. It sparks the most vital need inside each of us, the need to progress. But it's only when curiosity meets intention that progress is made. Some of the most curious innovators in the world become Kyndryls. And to be a Kyndryl means co-creating solutions with our customers and partners to help their business reach peak digital performance. Because one thing is certain, once you stand up for something, you can't stop.
That the best-in-class data engineering skills combined with domain expertise are very scarce. From our observation, working with various clients and managing complex environments, we believe there are a few super catalysts to accelerate the time to insight for organizations to gain business agility and unlock value from data. First off, it's important to have the right data architecture or a data fabric of sorts, where you can respect data gravity and yet unclog your data pathways and make data flows possible from across various distributed data sources that are traditional on-prem or on the cloud to the point of consumption. Enterprises struggle to get to a consolidated view of platform and pipeline health, provide necessary data governance, and at the same time provide data consumers with secure and curated feature stores and data products. This can be made possible by having a data ops layer that gleans all of the business, technical, and operational metadata from the data being managed. Once you have an aggregation of all of the metadata, it becomes possible to not only manage data operations seamlessly, but also to bring in a level of observability, predictability, and automation to the data lifecycle operations. The key principle here is to achieve this level of choreography with some simple abstraction and not having to deploy 10 different tools so you do not end up in another land of broken toys downstream. Secondly, having a MLOps solution framework for monitoring and managing the enterprise AI models that are in production becomes critically important. For most ML models in production, there is no view of whether the AI models are continuing to deliver consistent results or outcomes for the business. Apart from monitoring for model decay, A/B testing, and the need for model retraining, MLOps can help with establishing lineage, explainability, and detecting bias, all of which are extremely critical towards ensuring trust in decision automation and decision support systems. In many industry verticals, this is becoming an essential regulatory requirement. MLOps can extend into integration of AI ML based insights with your regular business workflows. And then finally, and most important, Data and AI FinOps provides a solution framework to monitor spends, resource consumption, redundancy in data pipelines, resource intensive queries, and the ability to map their spends to business outcomes. It is very common to encounter runaway costs after migrating to the cloud platforms, given that the cloud PaaS consumption can sometimes overshoot the original estimates, besides running into previously unplanned costs for egress or ingress of data. With a fit-for-purpose FinOps framework, you can monitor end-to-end lifecycle processing costs, set thresholds, and an alert mechanism to trigger preventive actions when resource consumption thresholds are breached or anomalies detected. Simply put, FinOps begins to address what are we paying for? Business insight isn't about restating something that's obvious. It's a leap in understanding. A good insight can reframe your business model and change your conviction about what really matters to the business. Backed by these powerful solutions, you can unleash the value from data that your enterprise holds sustainably and at scale. Business data workers can then focus on breakthrough insights. The agility and simplification that these solutions help you get to a self-service and driverless data consumption roadmap. With that, I'd like to conclude, and I'm very glad and I look forward to partnering with you in your transformation journey. Thank you.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. It's standing up for what you believe in, being committed, putting your whole heart in. When you are pro something, that something means everything to you. At Kyndryl, we stand up for progress, for our customers, for their customers. We are pro transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform and secure the vital technology systems your customers depend on every day. Using the power of data and AI to improve the workplace, giving your employees the tools to make work feel less like work. Modernizing and managing your systems with intelligent IT practices, wherever they are, on-prem, in the cloud, or at the edge. We are pro curiosity. Our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas that help you drive your business forward. We are pro-planet, creating sustainable solutions, and pro-community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. That's progress. The kind of progress that we stand up for every day. Restless, empathetic, and devoted. The Kyndryl way. Because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Welcome to the Bangalore Tech Summit, Asia's largest tech event. Kyndryl is proud to be associated with this tech event, which is a springboard for startups and enterprises alike to showcase their disruptive technologies and path-breaking solutions. Hi, I'm Vandana Jindal. I'm the Program Director in Digital Workplace Services at Kyndryl, and I'm here to talk to you about transforming workplace experience for your employees in the hybrid world. Past few years has fundamentally and permanently changed the world of work. Most of the employees are either working remotely or coming to work only once or twice a week. Now more than ever, employers need to focus on bringing in tools and technologies that will allow employees to work from anywhere, anytime, and on any device and be productive at the same time. The digital workplace has transformed into an omni-channel environment, which needs to be seamless, provide an improved employee experience with personalized support, and at the same time, allow them to collaborate and focus on organizational culture. Employees are heart and center of the hybrid world. Motivated and happy employees dramatically outperform the employees who are disengaged. 85% of the executives agree that higher or improved employee experience results into an improved customer experience because higher customer satisfaction comes from happy employees, and that has a direct impact on their bottom line. Also, if employees are happy and motivated, they are more likely to stay with an organization. And they will be happy if they get the right IT support at the right time, when they need it, how they need it. So IT support is key to their happiness. IT support is the biggest challenge in the hybrid world. Support needs to be through the right channel at the right time and cater to the persona and the device of the employee. So basically, we can improve the employee experience if we provide them the collaboration tools that allow them to work from anywhere and contribute in an equitable manner. And we should give them the virtual agents for support, which they can use for self-help and be available 24/7. Contact cloud centers can be provided so that the support agents can work from virtually anywhere in the world and provide personalized support. Then digital experience management systems are needed so that the support can be proactive. It can be provided before the actual issue occurs. And when the issue occurs, that time we fix it fast and the very first time. And finally, it needs to be measured. The employee experience needs to be constantly measured and optimized. So for that, we need to have management system. No IT organization can stand still in this hybrid world. The organizations need to continuously optimize their systems and IT estate and using AI capabilities and automations so that they can manage their IT estate, but at the same time provide a good employee experience. Within Kyndryl also, we are doing the same. We are collaborating and co-creating with our CIO teams to develop and modernize our digital workplace. We are creating an employee self-service dashboard based on Microsoft technologies, our latest alliance partner, through which we have got access to tools like SharePoint, Viva, Power VA, Power Platform, and Power Automate. And we are creating one-stop shop, one single interface where the employees can go for all their needs, be it support or collaboration. HR support, IT support, device management, all of their alerts or access to their business applications and virtual agent, all will be in a single interface. And also it will be personalized, provide predictive recommendation and focus on their wellness through Viva Insights. This is our vision for our customers, and we are doing it first for our own employees. We are leveraging DWS tools and technologies that are commercially available, and any other gaps we are co-creating with our CIO teams. We can co-create with our customers to modernize digital workplace and deliver an exceptional workplace experience to their employees and their end users. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a great learning experience at this event. Thank you.
Curiosity is the core of innovation. It sparks the most vital need inside each of us, the need to progress. But it's only when curiosity meets intention that progress is made. Some of the most curious innovators in the world become Kyndryls. And to be a Kyndryl means co-creating solutions with our customers and partners, let their business reach peak digital performance. Because one thing is certain, once you stand up for something, you can't stop creating progress.
Welcome to Tech Summit. As a principal partner, Kyndryl is honored to join hands with Government of Karnataka's Pride event, the 25th edition of the Bengaluru Tech Summit. My name is Saket Verma, and I lead the cybersecurity practice for Kyndryl India. Today, we are going to talk about cybersecurity, inside out and outside in. This topic has been going the rounds both in academia, conferences, as well as the industrial discussions that we have. One of the best ways to address the concept of our inside out and outside in security is the zero trust framework, which brings us to the very primary question: What is zero trust? Zero trust, in its essence, is a philosophy, a way of thinking, and above all, a systemic approach towards designing our cybersecurity systems. It contrasts with the traditional approach in the sense it does not take a siloed view of the cybersecurity controls, but takes an integrated enterprise-wide approach towards cybersecurity. As the name suggests, every possible, every potential cybersecurity threat or a weakness is perceived as giving way to a breach or an intrusion. So we need to harden and fortify every possible weakness in the enterprise cybersecurity defenses. How do we do that? Why is this zero trust framework center stage? So there are a few forces working at a certain point of time in today's environment, which is making it a perfect storm to talk about zero trust. And these are the forces of digitization. It is followed by the hacker sophistication and the hacker motivations, which are very different today than what they were 3 years back. It is also the force of globalization, which had been unleashed around 2 decades back. Also compounded by the technology that we have on the cybersecurity side, because most of the cybersecurity solutions, most of the cybersecurity processes were built from a silo perspective. They were largely a band-aid solution, trying to harden a particular part of the organizational. So we did not have, as I said before, a 360-degree enterprise-wide integrated view towards cybersecurity. And that is what, at the architecture level, zero trust is going to address. So how do we address zero trust from an execution perspective? At the end of the day, it is an architectural framework where the identity, where the endpoint is trying to have the data, trying to get the data from application, from a database, from information from our ERP systems, which might be residing in on-prem server or a cloud environment or on legacy systems, whereas the identity and the device might itself be residing in a manufacturing IoT environment, or the identity might be in a car, in an office. So it is an anywhere to anywhere request. And the intermediation of such requests, the way we do it defines the zero trust architecture. So the decision point, and the decision algorithm is what defines how do you intermediate between the two. Subjects, which is the device and the identity, will be interacting with the application workload, with the data, with the network, residing in various kind of infrastructure environments through a decision point and a decision process, which are constantly getting revalidated and validated in a very agile manner, taking their own connections and their own inputs from various other sources of cybersecurity controls. This, in our overall picture, the overall picture is the cybersecurity, very high level architecture at a concept. But deploying such architectures is not easy. It requires a phased approach. It requires prioritization. It requires scaling. And that is where Kyndryl, using its methodology, which is a time-tested worldwide methodology for the enterprise client, we have to across various industries. Thanks for taking your time. Have a good day.
Welcome to Pitstop at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today we have with us a very young and successful entrepreneur and the co-founder, the CEO of Cashfree, Mr. Akash Sinha. Akash, it's a great pleasure to be with you here, and thank you so much for your time. So let's just quickly go to the question. We would love to know about the journey of Cashfree. Okay, was this the idea? What was the idea behind bringing Cashfree in?
Right. See, we started this company Cashfree 7 years ago. Right. We are one of the most innovative players in payments industry in India, right? And we have seen a lot of phenomenal growth in the business. And the reason to start with, right, I was working at an e-commerce company back in 2015, and we saw a lot of businesses being created on internet for the first time, right? Back in those days, the mobile penetration was growing, internet was becoming ubiquitous, and that encouraged a lot of people to start business in online and serve customers digitally. Okay. But the challenge for them was they were not having very reliable and scalable payment infrastructure to run their business. And payments is like heart of online commerce, right? If you don't have a stronger payment infrastructure, then online commerce cannot work. So that is a gap. And also whatever payment and banking infra we had in the country at that time, they were primarily catering to the offline business. They're not well suited for the internet businesses. Correct. Right. So we believe for internet business to grow and scale, they need a modern payment infrastructure. And then we took the job. We believed that this is going to be a big opportunity. The industry is going to grow bigger and bigger. And then we started this company. We started building payment solution for payment collection. Then we did on payment dispersal. Then we did things around instant refund, payment dispersal. And the idea has become bigger. Now for any online business, they can just come to Cashfree and they can get exactly they can get solution for all the payment problems which their business is facing.
That's amazing. Okay, so I wanted to ask you, was this always the idea that you wanted from the start and you kept a goal and wanted to pursue it, or did you have the other ideas as well and just came down to Cashfree? How was it?
See, it's not just for us, right? For every startup, ideas evolve.
Okay.
Right. So we started looking. See, I mean, I am coming from entrepreneurial background. Even back in university, I did 2 startups. One in social network space, other is more for students. Right. So we started exploring ideas around, like early part of 2015. Okay. I met my co-founder Riju through a mutual friend. And we have iterated. Right. It's not like this was the first idea. We tried doing something in the like chat space. We tried doing something in the SaaS space. Okay. And then while talking to more merchant, more businesses, we found a problem in the payments. Right. And then we also validated this is going to problem for many businesses. And then we logged into this idea. Okay. We quit our jobs and we started things for the payment. So yeah, so it's an iterative process. Once you have a desire of solving a problem, then you'll arrive at a problem which has a big need and which also aligns with your strength. Absolutely. And Cashfree was fitting perfectly, from both these parameters.
Yeah, and as we can see, you are standing as a very successful company right here at the very initial stages, isn't it? So now I'll just quickly come a little to the office space that we saw around. It's a beautiful culture, but I wanted to hear a little from you. How is the work culture here at Cashfree? Is it like fun, or is it mostly for, the workaholic kind of atmosphere that you maintain?
Right. See, we are in a payments fintech domain, right? And fintech is a pretty serious domain. Make it fun. At the same time, we want people to be responsible about what they are doing.
Maintain the seriousness of it.
We want people to be more aligned with the larger goals of the company.
Right.
And we don't believe in being very task-oriented or market management, right? So the way we do it, right? We define a company level goal, right? Then every department, derives their goal from the company goal. Right. And every individual, every team lead, every individual again derives the goal from their department goal. Okay. So that everyone knows whatever work they're doing, how this entire work is being aggregated and serving the larger purpose of the company. Okay. And that keeps everything in a sort of autopilot mode. Right? We don't have to go and every day say, let's do this because this is what a company needed. People have a lot of clarity about what they're doing, why they're doing. And that itself brings a lot of energy in the people, who work in any organization. So that is the,
work
the
culture
we're
that
following.
is.
Yeah.
All right, let me quickly just go to the next question. So in the technology world, where everything changes at a very fast pace, how do you stay relevant from a business standpoint? You can tell it to me from the perspective of your company.
Right. See, I think every business have their own core areas defined, and you have to be really best in your core area, right? I mean, all the time. So we are very mindful of that. So we are, very focused on payments and things around payments. Okay. And we make sure in whatever ways the world is changing around payments, we are first to build it out. Right. Right. And we dedicate enough bandwidth to go after such things. Obviously, as the company grows, right, you cannot keep up with entire behavior in the market, right? So it makes sense to just focus on things which are core, which is your bread and butter, and then where you are making the most impact.
Absolutely.
Right. So we do that. We get the feedback from the customers faster. We have pretty large engineering and product team. Right. We reiterate, we come back, we take that feedback, we build the solution and go to the market in a faster way. Right?
Okay.
In last 7 years, I think we have released almost 16 products.
Oh, that's amazing.
Every year we try to bring 2 or 3 brand new products.
Something new. Okay.
And that has been working out so far. That also creates the spirit of innovation inside the company.
Right.
Right. And also we have been able to stay modern with respect to the change in the market.
Absolutely. All right. So how is fintech powering the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi had spoken about the $5 trillion economy? What do you think about it? What's your take?
See, fintech is an enabler of the economy, right? I think so fintech supports all other sectors which are, like primary contributors to GDP.
Mm-hmm.
And fintechs make sure people are getting more efficient and things are getting cheaper.
Right.
Right. We can take numerous examples, right? If anyone is in the export business, right? If they're exporting to say 10 different countries, and if the payment collection is cumbersome or they have to pay a lot of cost to collect payment, then these guys will be discouraged to export in a global market. And second thing is they'll also become less competitive.
Okay.
Right. Suppose payment cost is 7% of the goods you are selling, right? Now you have to mark up 7% the price of good. And basically your product will be costlier than people who are selling from other countries.
Right.
So fintech removes these barriers, right? They make you more efficient. They make things more cheaper for you, so that you can be more competitive in the space you are doing, and that ultimately will benefit all the businesses which are growing in India right now.
Absolutely. Okay. So now I'm just going to go to a little offbeat question. We've heard you talk about the success, about your company, and much more. We would like to know, Mr. Akash as a person, right? So let's talk a little about how it was growing up. How was your childhood? How was your schooling, college? Were you like a first bencher, last bencher, nerd that sits and studies? Or the mischief bit of you was always in there? How is it? Tell me something about it.
Not really. I think my childhood has been fun. I think we spent good time in school, but we used to spend a lot of time outside of the classroom, like sports, made things go around.
Okay.
I think, and it was good, right? I think, and I have been like pretty curious person from the start. So I used to read what is coming to me. There's no point being choosy, right? When you're growing up,
absolutely,
like, you don't have to just read about sports or read about say science, right?
Correct.
Read about history. That really helped me. I used to read about pretty much everything, be it history, be it geography, be it anything around space, or be it something which is very trivial, right? Like read fiction. So that helps you see the world in a more rounded way, rather than trying to put your understanding of one space into the entire world, right? Because people are also a bit complex, and eventually that helped us understand people's problem in a much better way. And I believe the entire learning which I had from childhood, college, I think that is helping me understand problems of the customers, businesses in a better way compared to the other peers in the market.
Okay, so your family was always supportive towards this, or do you have a family background that is into business, or how is it?
Yeah, come from pretty typical middle class Indian family, where the preferences go find a stable job, stay with that and have it.
Right.
So I had it. I think after college, I had a pretty good run in the job. I did for 3.5 years.
Okay.
And was doing good at there. Right. And that time, a lot of people in tech industry get an option to move abroad, like grow in the career.
True.
And there's no other choice. But I believed given that India is growing, we have a lot of things to be done here.
Oh, that's amazing.
And this is what I chose
to do. You believed in it.
Wanted to try it out. It's okay if you fail. I wanted to try it out.
Right.
And luckily, we have been fortunate enough to scale it very well.
Absolutely.
And that has been a good decision of my life to do that.
Absolutely. All right. So why don't you tell us a little about your hobbies, outside this? What would you like to do in your free time? Any hobbies that you have?
I like doing road trips a lot. I think this is very fun, especially
bike, on road? How is it?
I used to do earlier, I think. But now I think it's a bit difficult. It becomes tiring.
Okay.
I think bike I did like till 2016-17.
Right.
But right now, afraid I think the car trips are more fun.
Okay. So you're more of a travel person.
Yeah, I've traveled to more than 16 countries.
That's amazing. Right? Okay. Which do you think is the best, one of your best travel memories that you have?
I think almost all of them. Almost all of them.
Okay.
Every country has been new. And the best part is you can learn about new culture, the way people do things, right? And that also enriches your thought process.
And have you bought back something and inculcated it in your business thing?
Fridge is full of magnets and all. I mean, that is fun.
Okay.
But I mean, see, like if you travel to certain parts of Europe, right, you see those cultures are very scientific.
Right.
In India, we are not using technology in a more broader way. Right? Technology is still limited to very transactional use cases.
True.
Where it is impacting, right?
True.
So as a country, I think we can be more. We are going towards it, right? We can be more scientific. I think the example of entire COVID vaccination, right? And we have done it in a very modern way compared to all other countries.
Correct.
So few things are working very well, but
we're still getting there.
Yeah. So it has to cover all other areas of daily life instead of just few aspects.
Absolutely. Any other hobbies apart from traveling that you have?
I
Or
think food, yeah, I like exploring new food options.
okay, so you're a foodie.
Outside.
Okay, that's wonderful. So let's move to the next question. All right. So if not this business, like I mentioned, did you have which other one would you have chosen? Any of that ideas? I know you must be having a lot of ideas in backup, but if not Cashfree, what else would you be doing right now?
I mean, like in a business.
In business, or it could be anything. Your field of interest.
Very difficult to say. It's been a very long time. I think we explored this like 7 years back, and after that, we couldn't think of any new business.
Anything else?
Right. But as an individual, I might be, like trying something out in the field of, say, animal welfare. I think that is something I like.
That's why would you say that? I'm just curious.
I don't know. I mean, it's more like
field of interest that you.
Not really. I feel even like in animal kingdom as such, right? I mean, they can be held bit more.
Right.
As a humans, we have ability to think. We have a lot of things in control, but they don't have it.
Correct.
Right. So maybe I might be doing that, but it depends on a lot of other factors.
I must say it's like very two different ends, but a very fabulous thought. So let me ask you, Akash. Now that you're successful, you're standing as a very successful, famous person. Now businessmen are more like icons and celebrities. How has your life changed? Has there been any? I mean, of course, there is change. How has it changed for you?
Very difficult to say. I think maybe things have become slightly easier.
Easier?
Right, I think.
Okay.
But it's same life. I think it's just that, you see things slightly differently.
In a different way?
Yeah, see, best part of business, right? You meet people with very different kind of background, very diverse background. That is pretty difficult to do if you're just in one kind of job. Right? And that helps you see the world in a very different way.
Okay.
And you have a lot of answers already in your mind. Right. So whatever problems, whatever challenges you face, right, you can predict, what could happen because you can see the world from 10 different perspectives instead of just one perspective.
Okay.
And that makes entire life a bit easier, right? You can understand. So normally, if you are a consumer all of life, right, you start claiming about, why this business is not performing at a bit.
Correct.
But once you start in the business, then you start understanding their challenges.
Very true.
Right? You start becoming more appreciative about things.
Right.
You understand, their life is also harder.
Hard.
If the possibility, they should start some sort of business.
True.
Right? Largely, people
not
are just
as a consumer.
Exactly. Then you can understand more, and then entire society grows if you have both the perspective. Yeah.
That's wonderful to know. So, do you have any growth hacking mantra as such that you believed in and you still believe in? Anything of that sort?
At an individual level?
Yes.
I think for entrepreneurs, taking rest is very important. Relaxation is very important.
Okay.
Because you will be making a lot of decisions.
Absolutely.
Right, and you have to be free of distractions.
Right.
Right. So and that is where you have to be well rested. You have to, if you have to operate at a high capacity, right, and you have to avoid being burnt out.
Okay.
Right. So those are the right growth points because end of the day, the decisions you make matter a lot, and it also changes the fate of the company.
Right.
And second is also, trying to see problem from others' perspective. Right. I mean, you already have one opinion.
Correct.
But you should also try to see what are the other opinions about this, and then make a decision. Instead of just trying to take impulsive decision about something which is critical.
No, that's very true. Okay, so now on a personal note, I'm asking this to you. Why don't you tell us how does a normal off day in Akash's life look?
Exploring some nice places to have a breakfast.
Ah, wonderful.
Read some
Any favorite joints that you have?
Many. I think Koramangal HSR is filled with so many new
and you're right there.
Yeah, actually, even Bangalore has a lot of nice cafes and all. So I like sitting outdoors, like you spend 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay.
Or take road trips, travel. I read something nice. So I read fiction normally. I don't like reading.
Okay. Any favorite books that has inspired you?
Yeah, few of them. I think I read this book, Fountainheads, I think 7 years back. It's a pretty thick book.
Okay.
It took a lot of time, but it's a very insightful book.
All right. Are you into movies as well?
Yeah.
Any movie that has inspired you?
I like movies who are built in I've seen a lot of movies.
No, anything that has caught your mind and left you thinking something inspirational. Or you don't have to tell an inspirational movie. You can even say your favorite movie. You can even say 3 Idiots, right? Where it is explaining the life of engineers. So it's okay. You can say anything.
This movie I watched Social Network, I think long back. I think it's like 2007 when I was in college.
Okay.
That I think made significant impact back then. I was just like in first year of my college.
Right.
That movie just came out.
Okay.
So such movies, made it possible that people right away for college can end up building a large business. So that was a good
Right.
validation. It was based on
Okay.
real story.
Right.
It was
Right.
based on
Right.
the story of Facebook.
Okay.
So that made a very good impact in very early part of the life.
Stages. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, let's move on quickly to the next question.
Yeah.
Let's come back to Cashfree and let's
Yeah.
come back to the fintech side of it, right? So, as our Honorable Prime Minister says about the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, right? We're still celebrating the 75th year. So, he's also mentioned about the Amrit Kal, about the next 25 years.
Right.
And he's also mentioned about the next 10 years, the decade that he has
Correct.
mentioned about, isn't it? So it's, a little difficult to vision with the fast moving pace that we have with the technology. It's very difficult to foresee what is happening 25 years later. But of course, 10 years later is again a little slightly imaginable. I don't know if you disagree with me. But where do you see our country in the next 10 years? And you must also tell me, where do you see Cashfree as a company in the next 10 years?
Sure.
And toughest question, where do you see yourself in the next 10 years in the growing,
I'll take it
fast-moving pace?
one by one. I'll take it one by one. I think as a country, I think we are moving towards more modernization, using more technology, and also
Right.
investing a lot in infrastructure.
Very true.
Right, be it like offline structure, be it online structure.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I think digitally we already are winning. We are ahead of many countries in the world.
Okay.
Right, so I think we are also investing towards non-digital aspect of things. At the end of the day, real life touch and feel also matters.
Correct.
Right, and we are going to see technology touching all aspects of our life. Right, so people cannot say I want to be digital free as an individual. That's difficult, and that's also not right.
Correct.
And India is a country of very large population, and we have to acknowledge that. And if you don't use technology, then a lot of things will become more costlier and slow.
Right.
Right, so technology is a way to make things efficient, faster, and cheaper, and
Correct.
people have to start adopting to it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is already happening, right? I mean, you see the entire COVID era, right? About 2 years.
Very true.
Like businesses get less impacted because they can still use video
the
meetings,
digital,
video
yeah,
streaming. Right? And it was impossible to think such thing in India 10 years back.
Very true.
Right, every meeting has to be in person. You have to
Yes.
spend time.
You have to sit
people
down.
And second example is the payments, right? I mean,
Mhm.
today everyone is very comfortable using mobile payments, right?
Right.
Especially in Bangalore, you don't have to carry wallet, right? Anywhere
At
in the
all.
city. So those changes are already happening. I think
Very
we'll
much.
see more and more. I think energy is one area where we'll see more changes,
Uh-huh.
and that will again be powered by technology.
Okay.
In terms of that.
All right. So where do you see Cashfree,
Yeah.
10 years from here?
So Cash, we want to make the largest payment technology company coming out of India and
Right.
serving global markets.
Okay.
Right? We also have the vision of taking brand India out,
Mhm.
right, and tell the world, right? I mean, there could be a successful company coming out of India and
Mhm.
solve the local problems of other countries.
Okay.
Right? We have very few examples of that right now, but I think in
Mhm.
next 5 to 7 years, we want to be one of the examples. I'm sure there will be many more.
Mhm.
We already have started making certain stride toward it, right?
Mhm.
We have some presence in the Middle East. We want to
Okay.
make presence in Africa. We want to make presence in Southeast
Oh.
Asia,
Okay.
right? And serve like emerging markets who
Mhm.
have similar needs around payments, fintech, and who are also developing and want to make the economy bigger. So that's where I want to see
That's the
Kashmir in
vision.
5 years, right? I mean, building things in India, but serving say 20, 30 countries in the world.
Oh, that's fantastic. Really looking forward to that. Now, how about you tell me, where do you see yourself? Are you still with Cashfree or do you have more ideas back there?
See, payment itself and fintech is a very large field in itself, right? I
Okay,
think there is no
right.
dearth of
A
ideas.
lot to explore in the
Exactly.
same.
And I like doing what I'm doing right now. I think
Okay.
it's a very gratifying job,
Okay.
right? Whatever things we are building, I think we can see the impact on the world in a very quicker way.
Of course, we know you're doing best at this. So you're saying that you're gonna explore in the same.
Exactly. There's a
under
lot
the
of things we
umbrella.
can do under the ambit of payments bank here. It doesn't have to be just sticking to one thing. There are many
Okay.
problems we can solve, and there are many ways we can make impact.
Right.
In many ways, we can support the startup ecosystem, tech ecosystem.
Mhm.
And we've started doing that, right? We have started writing a lot of engineering blogs and all, so
Right,
that
right.
anyone who's starting a startup today,
Mhm.
they know how to solve their problems.
Okay.
Right?
It's
So,
like a guidebook for
yeah.
anybody who wants to
It's a
start.
very gratifying job also end of the day, right? And,
Mhm.
and that will be a good success and good experience in life. So
Okay.
Hello everyone. Once again, welcome to BTS Pitstop, the second season of 2022, and very happy to welcome here a very interesting guest with whom we are going to do a conversation. With me here is Mr. Lingaraju Saukar, and he is the president of Kyndryl. Now, many of you may have wondered what Kyndryl is, what Kyndryl India is, what Kyndryl Global is. Last year, of course, Kyndryl played a very important role when Bengaluru Tech Summit was virtual, and they contributed in a big way in creating content, bringing in speakers, developing engagement, and so on and so forth. And thanks, Lingaraju, for supporting us last year in shaping Bengaluru Tech Summit. Particularly, it was important because it was virtual, and we wanted to make it bigger and better, and I think outcome is for everybody to know. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Jagdish, and thank you very much for having me here at the Pit Stop. And as always, it's a pleasure to interact with you, and more importantly, in the backdrop of BTS with so much happening around, I'm really looking forward to this conversation.
Great. So, as I said, many of you would wonder what Kyndryl India is, or Kyndryl Global is for that matter. And one term which took me by fascination when I first learned about Kyndryl was it's a $19 billion startup. And I said, wow, that is some introduction to an organization. So every time I think about it, I really get fascinated by that. And I'm sure many people may have asked you this question. But once again, taking the risk of repetition, I would like to ask you, what is this whole thing of $19 billion startup?
Jagdish, I think the whole thing about an organization is in what form does it get set up. It could be part of an existing organization, it could be, or you could be setting up a large organization from ground zero, or it could be a small organization which is getting built into a startup. Kyndryl sort of embraces all three parts of it, and that's why we take it as a journey that's been on and starting off as a $19 billion startup. We come with a heritage of having been part of a division of IBM and getting spun out in a separate company. So with that comes a recorded good book of business, but more importantly, that business is all about managing vital systems and technologies of large enterprises and corporations around the world. So with that, when you start off as a sizable book of business, you also have the opportunity to recreate and form a new organization in a more flat, focused and agile manner. So we call ourselves as a $19 billion startup. The 19 refers to the size of the business, but the startup is in the mindset, the thinking, and the agility with which we are looking at the journey forward. So we like the term. The market gave us the term $19 billion startup. We realize it's so true about how we see ourselves and how we want to be. 19
also, in a way, is the age of all the startup founders these days.
Oh, certainly not. Certainly not our company. It's not that young in terms of age or profile, but definitely as in terms of we've just completed a year, and it's a one-year-old company right now, and it's been a great journey so far.
Oh, fantastic. So when you look back on this 1 year, and of course, Kyndryl is a global company, but I'm sure when this entire, in a way, it was an experiment, right? I've never heard of anything like this before, where something is spun out of a large corporation with a new look, new energy, new vision. So a lot of excitement. At the same time, there is a palpitation in the heart, whether it will work, whether it will be accepted. How do you look at this 1 year? I suppose you have just completed 1 year.
Oh yeah, actually, 4th of November, we just completed 1 year. We got listed on the 4th of November, and it's just been a year. And yeah, you're right.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you very much. 1 year old, yes.
Yeah.
I think you're very true in your observations, Jagdish. And when we set up this company and we started off, I wouldn't call it as an experiment. It was a very thought-through strategy.
Okay.
A thought-through strategy about focusing on who we are and what we want to be. It's a financially strong balance sheet that we've had, but at the same time we were engaged with managing and powering the vital systems of the globe. So almost about 4,000 customers across the globe. The top 500 Fortune companies are our customers. 90,000 employees, a significant capability in India. So with that backdrop, when we came in, it gave us a very sizable platform and strength of confidence. But at the same time, as you're embarking on a new journey, you're always you have to take that extra step. You have to be humble and be ready to be vulnerable to what changes come across your way. And the last one here, I think if I were to put it across in 2 or 3 key blocks, the first block was about the work that we do itself is so relevant, and in a way it touches the vital systems of every customer's business and consumers. So that was very essential to what we do.
Correct.
The second was the people. The people itself are talent and people, and as they came across with a new brand identity, with the name Kyndryl itself. Kyndryl itself as a name is a very interesting name. The word doesn't mean anything by itself, but kin came from kinship, about people, about connections, and the drill was about the tendril of a plant trying to grow, people growth, and in the span of 1 year, our customers have really seen the value in what we do, and they have appreciated what we do in terms of business growth, in terms of new contracts, and more important terms of relevant work. And our people have proudly associated themselves with Kyndryl, and we look at every person, every employee of ours as a brand ambassador of the brand. And together, I think 1 year from where we are very happy about what we've achieved. We never thought we could achieve so much in this span of time, but thanks to customers, thanks to our employees, and more importantly, thanks to the community that accepted us and gave us a lot in these places. So very happy with what we've done so far. But a long way to go.
Absolutely, I'm so glad, and I'm sure you as a leader of this entire journey, and with your maybe 30,000-40,000 employees. How many employees you have now here in India?
I think globally we have about 90,000, and close to about 1/3 of that is what we operate out of India. And so we have almost 30,000 plus employees in India.
So that must be the real challenge, right? I mean, that ethos that you want to build with this new brand, take it down to the level to 90,000 employees, make them live the same dream, same aspirations, and work cohesively to produce something phenomenal. When you look back at 1 year, this 1 year, say, hey, I think we are on the right path.
I think you're right, Jagdish. In fact, end of the day, we are in the services business, and services business is all about people.
Absolutely.
And what we do with our customers is we make a promise. In the services business, when you sign a contract, you make a promise, but the promise is actually delivered day in and day out through the people that work with it. So when I look at the services business and Kyndryl, right, it's in a form and manner that people who stand in front of customers, and whether it's delivering services or people at the back end supporting them, it's about how they show up. And the way they show up is a lot about what they feel about the company, how they feel about the organization, what's going around them, what's going within them, and hence assimilating all of that and then bringing out the best in front of customers. And to me, I'm so happy and proud that the 90,000 people and the 30,000 in India have really stepped up to this challenge. The challenge of course, it was a fair amount of time of working remote. We're setting up a new company in a remote mode, but then engaging with them, connecting with customers, and bringing their best into the work front has been a tremendous contribution to the people. And I'm so proud of what they've done so far, Jagdish. So proud.
Now it struck me, the task must have been much more difficult because we were just coming out of pandemic, or maybe when it was formed, pandemic was in its second phase, third phase, and whatnot, and so many uncertainties around. I think you guys have done a phenomenal job, absolutely, no doubt about it. Feeling so happy that I'm sitting in front of you and conversing with you on this subject.
No, you're right. I think if 1 year ago, I mean, personally to me also, right, it's been an experience where there are always doubts which will come in your mind. There's vulnerabilities that you need to go through. There are uncertainties that you need to face. But I think looking back at 1 year, the journey's been very exciting and great. Of course, we had a share of things that we had to plan for, the unplanned things that we had to deal with, planned things that didn't go well. Amidst all of that stuff, I think the outcome has been, I think all of that has been part of defining who we are and creating those defining moments. But I think it's come out very well in this journey so far, Jagdish.
Fantastic. So now you know what Kyndryl India stands for, and here we are conversing with the leader of Kyndryl India, Mr. Lingaraju Saukar, President, who has absolutely led it from the front. And the obvious question that comes to my mind is, this line behind, which always fascinates me. Whenever I read this line, the heart of progress. It's not with you in progress, along with you in progress, and it's at the heart of progress. The word heart doesn't come easily, right? So I would like you to respond to this as to what really means with this line.
Sure. I think if you look at what we are set out to do, as a company, we manage, at the cost of repeating it, we manage the vital systems of the economy. You pick any industry, for example, essential services. We are some of our clients are in essential services, like for example, Mother Dairy in Delhi, Amul. The daily management and supply of milk on a daily basis. And India is one of the few countries where milk gets delivered to the doorstep. Most other countries, it's actually picked up off the retail shop. And to keep the system running up and down, irrespective of whether pandemic, no pandemic, environment across, requires a whole lot of technology work and managing that at the back. So the heart of a milk company is delivery of milk, and we help drive that progress of delivery of milk. Take the example of telecom customers that we work with. The heart of a telecom company is basically connecting people.
Absolutely.
And the core of what they do to connect people is working with us, and we work with them and ensuring that their systems are working 24/7 non-stop to ensure that work gets done. And the common man, in a way, touching the billion lives through all the things that we do is what the heart of each of these companies is. And as they look at progressing across, we become part of that core area, which is the core mission of their organization, the heart of what they do, and helping them deliver the progress, whether it is essential services companies like milk and milk products, consumer goods, telecom companies, whether it is the banking segment of enabling banking transactions. All of that is core to what they do, and progress of that comes in by we helping them and they working with us to enable that progress. So that's why we say that we are at the heart of progress of our customers, and through our customers, heart of progress of the nation.
Wow. I could have never imagined that Kyndryl anyway remotely connected to milk.
Absolutely. So next time when you have a cup of coffee, look at I'm sure you can't look at the milk and the coffee, but then the milk that you taste is enabled and powered to your doorstep through Kyndryl.
And the conversation that I do every day on my phone is also powered by Kyndryl.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
And the banking transaction that I do, just before this interview, I had a big task of paying the bills of my, from home. SOS calls came and all that. Again, Kyndryl is at the heart of that.
Absolutely. A lot of banking transactions enabled by us. And to one extent, I probably use 2 or 3 themes, right? One is we move India in the sense that almost 4 out of 5 cars on the road are powered, managed, and supported by Kyndryl. We connect India. So we basically, 2 out of the 3 telecom companies, when people talk using the networks, is powered by Kyndryl. And we bank India, which is basically enabling India to bank. So across various industries, while we're not in the business of actual end consumer touch points like a consumer goods companies, but we power, enable, and drive the progress of these companies through the work that we do, Jagdish.
So you literally provide that kind of infrastructure without which things will just come to standstill.
Right. It's not just providing the infrastructure, but ensuring that they're up, running, and available 24/7 non-stop to make that delivery of services to enable that growth is what we do.
Wow. Okay. So that brings me to a very interesting conversation. I think you have given me a very interesting point to discuss. I would like to take this conversation to the Tech Summit, and also to luckily we are at a very interesting juncture. We are celebrating 75 years of independence, and Honorable Prime Minister in his address on 15th of August actually talked about next 25 years of India. India at 2047, India at 100. He defined that as Amrut Kal. Very interesting statement to make, Amrut Kal. In the same breath, year before last when he inaugurated Bengaluru Tech Summit, he said that, and that was a pandemic time, and he said that what we have experienced in the last 6 months, the speed at which technology has changed, probably it would have taken 10 years. So what would have happened in 10 years has happened in 6 months. So this is the power of technology which made this country and this world, in a way we became the engine for the world. And probably Bangalore is at the heart of that, running the world during this pandemic time. So he talked about the decade ahead, and he said it's not a decade, it's a decade. It's a technology driven decade. The transformation that you are going to see will come through technological innovations, disruptions, and again, who will do that? It will happen here from Bangalore, because Bangalore is absolutely at the forefront of it. So when you look at this maybe next 25 years, where India probably would become one of the leading economies of the world, or when you look at next 10 years, I would like to dive deep into your thinking and find out answers for where do you think really India would be? Would we still be able to lead? Will we be at the forefront of technology? Where will the Kyndryl be? Because you are at the heart of progress. So where will be, and how you are preparing yourself maybe for the next 10 years? And where will you be?
Okay, that's a very big question, right? So let me start with the big directional vision that our Prime Minister has set out. I mean, he's been right on most fronts, but one thing I'd like to disagree with him is that I don't think we'll take 25 years. We'll probably do it much faster and faster. I'm very optimistic about the power of India. I'm optimistic about the capabilities that we have got as a nation. I'm optimistic about the demographic strength or the dividend of India that we've got. And more importantly, I think what I call the spirit of India, which basically knows how to adapt itself well, it knows how to course correct, but more importantly, I think it looks upon every obstacle as an opportunity and leapfrogs into finding solutions. And that's been the core of what the Indian spirit has always been about. So keeping that as a backdrop, to repeat it, I believe that we'll achieve those objectives. We don't have to wait for 25 years to achieve the objectives, but much earlier. Now, closer home in the next 10 years, the tech decade that you very rightly pointed out to. I'll take a step back to look at to sort of give you a sense of how every industry or every stage of progress has actually come out from a disruption. When you look at the industrial age, the disruption came in the form of the steam engine, or the disruption in the automotive segment came through the disruption of an internal combustion engine and the designs across there. And likewise for the IT industry, the Y2K was a point of disruption which changed things across. I believe that stage of disruption has happened for the industry, for our industry, the tech industry, and now we are on the outcome of the disruption, which is the growth stage. I will leave the traditional industries aside for a minute and probably pick a few industries which the trigger of disruption is more on how things will pan out going ahead.
Okay.
And all of them has now a very different theme of sustainability. A lot of disruption happened at the cost of environment, but the future is going to be with the environment in mind, and how do you do environment and sustainability to drive progress. Take, for example, an industry like healthcare, right? We've seen when the Prime Minister spoke about the how India has coped up in the last 6 months, a lot of it has been on healthcare delivery and healthcare technology, which basically digital enabled delivery of healthcare in a manner that was never imagined before. So you saw that coming in. And as you go further across with the whole technology around nanomedicine, around technology getting used to very specifically go for targeted medical treatments across, that is going to have a very disruptive thing enabled by technology and by sustenance. The second industry which I'd probably look at is the food tech industry, right? There's so much of consciousness that's come in about sustenance and using sustenance across the whole animal husbandry, consumption, and the deforestation has become such a big impact to the generation that we are all engaged in, that the way food will be developed, designed, consumed, and using animal-based outcomes but plant-based proteins is going to be a very significant change, and that is going to be again empowered and enabled by technology.
And that would be significant from the perspective of feeding 1.4 billion people.
Absolutely, you're so right that the way life was in terms of feeding 1 billion people to where life will be going ahead will be a significant opportunity, challenge, and hence a lot of innovation will come in there. Take a look at third area, space technology. That one industry of space technology, and we are fortunate to be in Bangalore to be in a way surrounded by it, right? With ISRO and ISTRAC, and of course NAL and HAL and all of those in the aerospace industry, a lot of outcomes have come from this industry in terms of technology outcomes, whether it is in the area of metallurgy, material sciences, propellants, and so on. The one big change that's happened in the space industry is the previous generation of rocket science was a rocket would go up and it would get consumed. But now rockets as a passenger vehicle, where it goes up, is brought down back again and do that. A whole lot of downstream work and technology that's come in. And the tech industry itself, right, with 5G, with metaverse, with the whole thing of flexible workforce and the talent, all of those are going to be very definitively, disruptively changing the way work gets done and outcomes get delivered. So I'm very fascinated about the 10 years ahead of us. Truly, it's a decade powered by technology, but built on firm grounds of sustainability and environmental consciousness is going to play a lot more forefront right now than it was in the past decade, Jagdish.
Fantastic. And probably not just for India, but for the world. So India will become a big player in delivering these services, products, technologies to the world.
Absolutely, and thanks for pointing it out, Jagdish. I think, as I said, India's always had the option to leapfrog, and one is it'll leapfrog, but it'll also take the lead. It'll leapfrog, take the lead, and set standards in a way that by solving problems for Bharat, the problems for the globe can be easily solved. What can be solved for Bharat as a solution? Just take an example of this whole delivery of the vaccines and the whole COVID portal and all that. That, to the scale and complexity with which it delivered, is beyond what any other country could imagine, and hence this is now a global best practice. Same mobile technology, the rate at the cost at which data rates are available in India is the lowest across the globe. And if you're able to deliver such world-class services at such commercial points, then it solves a problem of different magnitude for the globe across. And the great part of all of that, Jagdish, is that it's all happening here in India, in Bangalore, in other parts of technology centers where cutting-edge work is actually driving progress of the world. And hence, I would say that Kindle, the heart of progress, but I would say Bangalore, tech countries, tech things, is the heart of progress of the world as well.
Wow, wow, fantastic. But that brings me back to the second part of the question and third part of the question. So in all this decade, Kyndryl will continue to lead with the same drive. Are there any new plans? Kyndryl India would look at the global market.
Sure, I think Kyndryl by definition is a global company, and it does work in 83 countries across the globe. And we'll continue to be partnering and helping the progress of our clients in digital transformation and accelerating that across through the work that we do. The good part of what we do in India is a lot of global research and technology development happens out for our global centers from here. So we are able to work with clients across the globe and help them accelerate the digital transformation, bring in new technology to play, and enable them to deliver better services and make progress with the customers. So that will continue. Along with that, I would say the power of the people. The core of Kyndryl is its people, and the power of people is only going to be magnified a lot more because of the talent that's coming in, who's bringing in a whole lot of newness into the whole area that we work with. They're bringing in new capabilities, and it's a very diverse talent workforce. And the diversity which we firmly believe, the diversity and inclusiveness with which our corporation believes in, is going to bring in a whole different level to the outcome that comes across, and that's something that we're very passionate about. Our people are very passionate about it. People are engaged in very purpose-led values that the company believes in, and hence there's a strong synergy between the value system that our company believes in and the employees believe in, and hence that's giving us a very converged outcome to what we do. So that's how Kyndryl will continue to help shape, reinvent, and drive towards progress.
And everybody is curious about where Lingu be.
Oh, I mean, Lingu, I don't know where Lingu will be, but at least one thing I can tell you that I'll definitely be a cheerleader and a bystander in progress and enabling this. There are two things that I know that I'll definitely be playing a very key role in. One is around skill and talent, and focused on what I call as the tier 2 cities or tier 2 towns. I come from a small town. I grew up in a small town. I was born in a small town and spent a significant part of my life in a small town. So I really know I'm a small town boy, knowing the pulse of what happens there, and also what it takes for someone, and from there to really help drive progress across. So I really want to use that as my platform to give it back, and working with tier 2 towns, institutions, people, and shaping that, helping them shape their trajectory from that part of the world. And I'll definitely be a cheerleader, but I definitely will be so delighted as this journey unfolds in the next decade.
In fact, I would like to take a pause here and request you to say something straight, looking into the camera, to the youngsters from tier 2 and tier 3 cities who probably are watching this live right now, or maybe will watch it later, and let them hear that a small town boy has come a long way, and that they can also dream the same way. So if you can say that in Kannada, that would be great.
Oh, wonderful. ನಾನೊಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕೂರಿಂದ, ನಾನು ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ರಾಣೆಬೆನ್ನೂರು ಅಂತ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ತಾಲೂಕಾ, ಧಾರವಾಡ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದ ನಂತರ KGF ಅಂತ ಊರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿದೆ. ಇವಾಗ KGF ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, KGF ಪಿಕ್ಚರಿಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಫೇಮಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ಎರಡು ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳೆದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ತಿರೋ ನನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದ ಬಂಧು ಬಳಗ ಜೊತೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಚಿಕ್ಕೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂಥರ ಪರಿಚಯ. ನಂತರ ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ಬರು ತುಂಬ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ಬರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾರಿಗ ಒಬ್ಬರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾರ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದರೆ ಇಡೀ ಓಣಿಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವೇನು ಟೀಮ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ, ಇವಾಗ ನಾವೇಂತೀವಿ ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ಬರು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಾಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕಂದನಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದುಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕೂರ್ಲಿದ್ದ ನಂತರ ಆ ಊರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದೇ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದೇ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದೇ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರಾದರೂ, ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಂದ ಬಂದರೂ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದೇ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಒಂಥರ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಟೌನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಒನ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಲೆವೆಲರ್. ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಈಸ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಇನ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೆನ್ಸ್ ಈ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಬಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಮೇನ್, ಆ ಎರಡು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸೇ ಮೇನ್. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಸ್ವಂತ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೂ, ಈ 2-3 ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಳಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗಾಗಿ ಬೆಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂನೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗಳು ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಪಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೊರಗೆ ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನೇ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಮುಂದೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. I hope that was okay.
That was good, very good. I'm so glad that you spoke to all of them, you know.
Thank you.
I'm sure few years from now, maybe few decades from now, there would be another lingo from the small town sitting here.
Oh, why any decade? I mean, it's already there. And one of the offshoots of the BTS, which was beyond Bangalore, I got to experience that in Hubli recently. The amount of talent and development and work that the government has done by bringing in industry, education institutions, and the government framework that has been put together under the framework of BTS, I think is really phenomenal. I don't think it's the next decade, it's already there, and you can see them right in front of you.
Yeah, fascinating, really fascinating. I think we are running out of time, but still I would like to ask you something, because I come from a creative background, and very recently I saw a new campaign of yours built around this word pro, and the first glimpses of that campaign is quite fascinating. Can you share thoughts on, like, what is this entire campaign about? What is it that you are wanting to communicate?
I think having completed 1 year, it's a natural progression of what we started with as a new company and getting into the next phase of what we want to do. Pro is about taking a stand. Pro is about being for something, right? So we talk about being pro transformation, which is about driving helping. We are for transformation of individuals, transformation of corporations, transformation of economy, and so on. Then we are pro curiosity. Pro curiosity is about everyone having that curious bent of mindset to look at problems and solve. Now, innovation is an outcome of looking at the same problem but reacting differently, and that comes a lot of curiosity. Third is about pro planet. As I said, being the focus on leaving the earth in a better place, or at least as it is from the way we found it, because there's been so much of so much of exploitation and degeneration of the planet that's happened because of progress in some form. But how do you now look at progress by ensuring that the planet is in a better shape, so that we leave it in a better form for the next generation? So that's being about pro-planet and things of pro-community. Of course, as a company, as individuals, as people, we all live in the community. We all have to impact the community, contribute back to the community. So the pro is about being for these four things, taking a position on that, being bold about it, and actually seriously doing something about it. So that's the whole pro campaign about, Jagdish.
Oh, super. So exciting. So you plan to run this campaign for some, is it a global campaign or it's India centric campaign?
No, it is a global campaign. As a global company, it's a global campaign, and it's just about to start anytime now. So it's sort of the first preview what we have here. For
but you are making some big commitment and you are just in your second year.
Absolutely, and a lot of it goes back to about the people, Jagdish. And our talent is asking us and challenging us, which is the right thing to do, that we've got to be known for what we want to stand up for. And these are four things that we want to stand up for, and this is what our people believe that are the right things, and we believe it's right for the world, right for the community, right for our people, and hence through all of this will progress come out.
Super. So once again, it's been great conversing with you. I know you have a lot to do at Tech Summit. There is a big delegation which has come from your company. Some leadership has come from overseas as well. You have a series of meetings lined up with the industry, with research. So how are you looking at this Tech Summit and the engagement with Government of Karnataka? Like, what are your impressions?
I think the Bangalore Tech Summit is a great platform. I see it as a platform. It's a platform that brings in industry, it brings in government, it brings in policymakers, it brings in academicians, it brings in think tanks, and all of them converge around solving the problems that are in front of us, right? And by bringing in by creating a platform that brings in such diverse and collective thought process, the outcome is obviously far good and far better. Yes. So that's one frame that I look at it. The second thing which I can look at it is that the Karnataka government has always been at the forefront of technology. I mean, Bangalore's always started off as Silicon Valley, IT.com, and the way it's evolved at every stage, it's always made significant efforts to stay one step ahead of the new things out there. So I'm looking forward to this BTS as a great platform for networking and connecting with it, absorbing the new ideas that are coming out from, when you look around, you look at the amount of talent that's there. Oh, yeah. There's one side, there's startups, there's unicorns, there's established companies, there's services companies, there's user companies, and so on. So in one forum, getting all of them to really distill down into credible thought leadership points is a great experience. So looking forward to that. And more importantly, I think that from Kyndryl, we believe that engaging in BTS and working closely with the government is in a way our way of giving back to the society from the gains that we've had in terms of helping and connecting the dots out here.
So well said. Thank you so much, Lingu. We all feel so good after conversing with you, and the kind of insights that you have given about your organization, the way you look at future, the way you look at India, the kind of progress that this country will make in this coming decade or decade that we are talking about. I think we are heading towards a very, very exciting times ahead.
Absolutely. And, it's really a very exciting time ahead. And that excitement is where we just have to, as they say, tighten your seat belts and go through it. Just go through it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun all the way.
Great. I'm on this note, I once again wish you and congratulate you on your first birthday and wish you good luck. And
thank you very much, Jagdish, and thank you for your good wishes. And more importantly, let's stay in touch to make this a great success.
Thank you.
welcome to Pitstop at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today we have with us Mr. Jagdish Patankar, the chairman of Active, and he's been into the event curation for the past 2 decades and specialized in science and technology events. So, sir, we're here celebrating the Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. It's a big day, a big event for all of us. So why don't you tell me what took the preparation? We're here celebrating the 25th year. So it's a big celebration. How long did you guys take to curate such a successful event today?
It has taken 25 years.
As it was the 25th year, did it take any special preparations to actually reach
here? I was just...
no, I understand.
No, but the point I was trying to make it is that it doesn't happen so easily. Right?
Absolutely.
To arrive at that 25 years, so much has gone into it. So many hundreds and thousands of people have worked for it.
Right.
So many leaders have worked for it.
Right.
It is impossible to take their names. So today when we are preparing for 25th edition, we are just preparing for maybe a small portion of translating what all has happened over the last 25 years into, putting it together for 1 year. But if you ask me honestly, it has honestly taken 25 years. Coming to the actual preparations for the show,
right.
We are very fortunate. We've all gone through pandemic. So 23rd and 24th edition was a pandemic year. Correct. And when it happens to be 25th year, we are all here, physically present, doing this event, wanting to meet each other, collaborating. And it's a very exciting time. So the fact that 25th year is turning out to be a physical year is a great thing. Also, 2 years of pandemic, I would say there were silver linings to the dark clouds.
Okay.
Because it helped us open up.
Absolutely.
It helped us take this entire event global. And we could connect with the global community far more easily than probably what it took us. So Prime Minister in his address during 23rd edition said that what would have happened in the next 10 years has happened in this 1 year.
Yes.
Same way, what would have taken this event to grow to a stature of what it was 22 years, for 22 years, probably happened in that 1 year, it took flight.
Right.
So as we started preparing for this show, first, of course, was overcoming the mental block, whether to go physical, whether to remain virtual, whether pandemic will still. So, that doubt in the minds, we had to overcome that. That was the first major step.
Right.
But everybody wanted to make it happen.
Absolutely.
And as you know, this is the event started by Government of Karnataka.
Very much.
So it was the leadership of Government of Karnataka, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable IT Minister, our Additional Chief Secretary, MD of KITS, then our co-host, STPI, and then our fantastic 3 Vision Group chairs, Dr. Kiran Majumdar Shah, Chris Gopal Krishnan, Prashant Prakash, and host of other association heads.
Right.
Everybody unanimously said, let's do it.
Correct.
And that point onwards, the mental, in a way, came on me and my organization and my team to translate those ideas into reality. Right from constructing the entire program with, of course, inputs taken from all of them, what we should do, whether we should go for a large format exhibition, multiple conference tracks, how to source speakers, how to excite the world community to come physically over here.
Right.
So, has gone into, a lot of, I would say that any pre-production is very important for a final product.
Absolutely.
And I think, that is what precisely we did.
Right.
And we decided how to go about doing this event, how to make sure that we onboard everyone, how should we make a, case for a physical event.
Right.
And thanks to the Honorable Minister who CEOs of IT in April, 6-7 months ago.
Okay.
And he gave confidence to them. He told them that this is a big year and I want all of you to be there.
Correct.
And I think that point onwards, everybody was charged up.
On point.
And, rest is
That's
history
wonderful.
or large geography that you see here, such a large event, right?
Absolutely. So we have a lot of startups that has come here as a part of the Bengaluru Tech Summit. And Active was also a startup back then.
Startup was not the term.
Right.
And it was not easy. For any entrepreneur, it was not easy. So I still remember my 80s. I started my career with Media House, Build Media House, India Today in Delhi.
Okay.
And then came to Mumbai, then came to Pune, started my own agency eventually, advertising agency, creative agency, and great stuff. We really did some fantastic campaigns.
Right.
But you know something, as the fate would have it, I happened to meet Dr. Mashelkar, a very prolific personality from the field of science. He was CSIR DG at that time.
Right.
And he encouraged me to use my skill or whatever little talent that he saw in me and my organization for the promotion of science and technology, and creating a platform and engagement between science and industry. It was the beginning of new millennium.
All right.
Okay, so innovation was a very new word, and he was talking about innovation at that point of time.
Okay.
And he is the one who said that the new millennium is the millennium of knowledge, is the millennium of innovation, is the millennium of intersection of science and technology, is the intersection of R&D and industry. And who else but you or organization like yours can do this job or task of expediting this entire process? He's a chemical engineer, right? I mean, chemical scientist, I would say.
Right, right.
So he always talks about that chemical reaction and a catalyst. So he said, you have to be that catalyst. You have to make that happen.
Okay.
And Science Congress was one such a forum, and we started doing that. So we put together a large program there. The industry and scientific fraternity came together in the exhibition, in the conference, started a dialogue, and that is where the idea was born. That if the new millennium is going to be the millennium of science and technology and innovation, then obviously there is an important role to be played of communication.
Correct.
And why can't that be done by me, not just for one Science Congress, but everybody will need it.
Okay.
And that is how Active started its journey. In fact, the name of my company is Active Scientific Communication. I mean, I was very happy doing my creative stuff.
Okay.
Only thing is, in the words of one of the senior scientists, he said, instead of using your skills to sell soaps and cigarettes, do it for the country.
Do it for
do
a
it
cause.
for the cause.
Do it for a cause.
That's
the reason.
That chord struck me. I said, yes, I must do something.
That's beautiful. That's wonderful to know. So why don't you tell me, you are such an inspiration, I must say. So who is that one person that inspires you, or what is that inspires you to what you are today?
If you ask me for one person, it's my father.
Okay.
Who inspires me.
Okay.
At the age of 50, he started his own business.
Okay.
Very tough business, pharmaceutical business.
Okay.
And he ran it for 10 years successfully. And he exited. He gave me an opportunity. I said no, because I was into something else. And I was not interested then in business, or I didn't also understand what he was into.
Okay.
But when I look back, I always feel that, wow, here was a man in my life who, showed the courage of starting an organization at the age of 50. In those days, when entrepreneurship was so difficult.
Absolutely.
Putting
it was
everything,
a challenge.
and putting everything at risk. That also in a business like pharma, which requires a lot of investment, a lot of pulling together of resources.
Right.
It's not an easy business.
So there was no pressure to join the family business?
No, he asked me to join the business.
Right.
Are we airing it live? Okay, I'll tell you in any case.
Okay.
I was like any young person in those days. I was more of a socialist or a communist or that kind of a background.
Okay.
So I was not interested in business.
Right.
I was chasing. There was one term by the name "Kranti honi chahiye desh mein."
Okay.
So I was on a different trip.
Right.
So as it eventually happens, I came into the mainstream and did my management. Then rest I've told you. I was in media for many years.
Absolutely.
And then came. And good thing is, my father was very passionate about life sciences.
Oh.
Correct.
Okay.
And that is why he was in pharmaceuticals, right? So eventually, we started curating life sciences related, like biotech.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Correct. So biotech event.
Right.
We started curating it for Government of Karnataka, which is part of Tech Summit.
Oh.
We did Nutraceutical Summit.
Okay.
We do AgroVision, which is Agri Technologies Conference. And we are also the publishers of BioSpectrum, which is published from India and from Singapore, reaching out to complete APAC region. The digital platform, highest visited, highest read, digital, so to say, magazine from the biotech space. So again, I'm back into life sciences. So maybe somewhere
It was there.
He's watching it. He's saying, okay, yaar, at least
He must be
kuch
super
to kiya
proud of
aapne.
you. No, I'm very sure he must be super proud of you. So you're here as the chairman of MM Active, running successfully. So we know how you are as a chairman here. Why don't you tell me a little about your hobbies, outside of the company or MM Active that helps you be a better person, or any hobbies in general that you have?
Like any Indian, I'm a passionate cricketer.
Wow.
I believe that I know everything, how to bowl, how to bat.
So watching
how to
cricket or
field.
playing?
Both.
Both. You play
Avid,
cricket.
avid cricketer. Avid cricketer.
Oh, wow.
Reading about it, watching, of course, but any sports for that matter. I mean, and that I think I picked it up. Not only the kind of, because I came from a background where we were into sports.
Right.
But also I picked up some new age sports from my son. Like F1 fascinates me.
Wow.
When I watch with my
That's wonderful.
son.
Okay.
So sports is something that excites me.
Excites you.
And whether it is kabaddi to whether it is F1.
Okay.
This and complete range of sports I can keep on watching.
Okay.
Entire Olympics.
You
Right
watch it
from
throughout.
start to end, I watched last Olympics. I just don't miss it.
Okay.
I can give a pass to everything else, but I can watch. There is a lot to learn from sports.
Absolutely.
I feel that there are so many new things that you learn. The way people compete, the way these youngsters prepare themselves.
Correct.
It's a big inspiration. I'm telling you. I think I turn younger after watching sports. That keeps me going. Somewhere there is a rub off of that energy, that excitement, that competitive spirit, that fair play. There are so many positive things to take from sports. So sports is one.
Okay.
Theatre is another.
Oh, theatres.
Yeah.
That's
so
very interesting.
I was in theatre for many years, and that was, if I had not done this, I would have been in theatre.
Wow.
So theatre is.
So we're missing out on that. Are we? I think you should still give it a shot.
Should I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So now you have mentioned mainly cricket and theatres. Has it, there are a lot of rules and discipline even when it comes to cricket or theatres, sports or theatres. There's a lot of discipline that is involved. Do you think that has actually influenced your professional life? These hobbies of yours?
As I said, there are so many things that you learn from sports, right?
Correct.
I talked about sportsman spirit. I talked about competition. I talked about excelling. It's about not giving up. It's about pessimism versus optimism.
Correct.
I mean, there are so many incidences in cricket that you see where there is just one run is required, and Dhoni makes sure that he bowls out the opposition, takes 3 wickets.
Right.
and turns snatches victory from the jaws of defeat.
Absolutely.
When you see that, what more inspiration do you want to, face the tough situations in life, in real life? If he can do it there, on the ground, when 20,000 people are watching, why can't we do it in our own life?
No, very true.
Isn't it? So
very true.
I think there are so many such things that you learn from sports. So according to me, sports is entertainment, yes. But the kind of learning that you get from sports is unbelievable.
Okay, that's a brilliant thing to know.
Why do you think this entire BTF, this platform, it is called Pitstop?
Correct.
Right?
Right. Now it is all coming together. All right. So we have a lot of, like we spoke about startups and, a lot of new generation, the new Gs that are coming into this. So what is that one advice that you would like to give it to people who are starting up, who are starting new to the industry, especially the tech industry?
Oh my God, it's such a cliche. They must be getting this gyan from like 10,000
So why don't you tell
places.
me something very unique from your experience?
According to me, each to his own. The only advice that I'll give is, you've gone into it by choice. Did anyone force you?
No.
No.
It's your own choice that you're getting into.
Period. I don't have to tell you, you should be motivated enough, you should do this, you should face adversities. Nobody forced you to start a business, get into entrepreneurship.
Right.
You better do it.
Right.
Kick your own ass and do it. Simple.
So you did mention it was a very cliche question, but I must accept that is not a cliche answer. Show me one interview of anybody who has given me the same answer.
I don't know.
No, you have to motivate yourself because nobody is going to stand up for you. So that is the ultimate thing that every person who is getting into the industry must follow. Okay, sir. So as we all know, that we have completed 75 years, right? And our Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years. I know in this tech-dominant world, it's a little difficult to be actually considering or foresee what is going to be happening in the next 25 years. But why don't you tell me, where do you see the country in the next 10 years? You know, or how do you see your company in the next 10 years, or how do you see yourself in the next 10 years?
Very pertinent question, I must say that. And you should have asked this right in the beginning, because it requires probably a longer answer.
A long answer.
But, you know, you talked about the next decade.
Yes.
So Prime Minister actually talks about that as well. While he says that we have to start visualizing next 25 years.
Right.
Because then we'll be completing 100 years.
Absolutely.
In 2047.
Yes.
That is Amrit Kal that he talks about. He also talks about the next decade, and he says it is India's decade, India's decade.
Decade.
Very interesting term. So where this decade term came from? So the way I foresee it, in fact, in 2020, when he inaugurated virtually Bengaluru Tech Summit,
the Bengaluru Tech Summit,
he did mention that what would have taken 10 years to transform because of the challenges of pandemic has happened in the 6 months.
Correct.
So actually future has advanced.
Correct.
Much faster than we think.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So like you see it in the mirror, there is something coming from behind is much closer than you. So it's like that. So the future is advancing at a much faster pace, accelerated pace.
Correct.
So this next, and why it is happening? Because of the technological transformation that is happening. And who's doing this technological transformation? Probably India is going to play a very dominant role.
Very true.
Probably the youngsters that you see here, what Tech Summit is all about. Tech Summit is all about that. Tech Summit is all about
the future.
The major, yes. What is next?
Correct.
What is going to happen in the next 10 years?
Correct.
Correct? So, the answer to my question is in these 3 days of engagement.
Okay.
What is going to emerge out of the conversations?
Right. Is what
from 350 speakers addressing 60 odd sessions.
Which is huge.
In IT, deep tech, biotech, electronics, telecom, and this entire new thing of, Web 3.0 and NFT and, whatnot, CRISPR in biotech. So there are so many areas which are going to get discussed, debated.
Correct.
And probably anyone who entered this complex on 16th and walks out on 18th, he will be a different person.
Is going out with a lot.
So this question probably needs an answer on 18th evening. But it's undoubtedly, I think we are in a world where technology is going to play a very important role, big role. And Bangalore is going to be that nerve center of transformation. The disruptions that we are going to see across our lives, the way businesses will be conducted, the way we live our lives, the way governance will be done by government will undertake services for people and so on and so forth is going to be very different. And we are all getting the taste of it.
Correct.
So that is how it is. So next 10 years are India's years, undoubtedly.
Okay.
And I would say Bangalore will play a dominant role and very important role in that.
Very much.
But beauty about Bangalore is the face of India.
Very true.
And that is why here you see people coming from all across India and participating.
Absolutely.
Where my organization will go,
yes,
of course, it will continue to play a very dominant and important role as a communications company.
Is there anything new?
It will be at the forefront of communication.
Okay.
And what will I do?
Yes. Main question.
I have turned grey. I don't know what will I be doing.
We're looking forward to go to theatres now.
Yes. So I rather go back to the theatre and do my own bit. But MM Active will continue to be a very strong player in this.
That's beautiful. That's amazing. So as we all know, so from what you said, sir, we are seeing something amazing coming in the next 25 or the next 10 years. I would like to understand your take on you said Bangalore is the face of technology or whatever our country is going to see in the future. So what do you think is the government's role that our government is playing in the tech industry?
What is the famous line of Prime Minister? Maximum governance, minimum government. Correct?
Right.
Facilitator. See, the beauty of government of Karnataka is they are the facilitators.
Correct.
They help support the ecosystem.
Right.
So
right.
they encourage startups.
Mhm.
They encourage companies to collaborate.
Correct.
They invite tech world to Bangalore.
Mhm.
They create a platform, and they still remain aloof.
Right.
They allow all the right people to come together and engage
Basically
with,
creating a
and
facility.
engage with each other.
Right.
That is the
right.
beauty. It's a invisible important element in the development of Bangalore's ecosystem
Mhm.
into a technology-led capital of the world.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's a fabulous answer. We'll just go a little off tech once again and come back to you as a person. And with this, I think we can end the session as well. I would like to understand, you are standing as a successful person here today, in front of us. I would like to understand, how were you as a student? Is this what you always, I mean, you did tell me you had a different perspective and different idea, but how were you as a student?
At the end of it, I've realized one thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you are not, what is the term for that? I'm trying to remember the term.
Mm-hmm. Determined?
No, not determined.
Uh-huh.
Somebody who wants to go against the system,
Mm-hmm.
against the flow.
Mm-hmm.
That is what we did.
Correct.
As youngsters, because we were wanting to bring about some change and kranti
Rebels, basically.
Rebels.
Rebels.
What a simple word. I'm very good.
Right.
So rebel, right? So according to me, every startup is a rebel.
True.
What is he trying to do?
True.
He's trying to change the course. He's trying to do the same thing differently.
Correct.
Or do a different thing, completely
Bring a
different
new
thing that we have not
perspective in.
imagined. So rebel is at the heart. And I think, well, why did we talk about it earlier? I think this is the most important character.
Absolutely.
Right?
Right.
So I think this character is important. And I was a rebel. Today startups are also a rebel.
And it's going successfully for both the ends.
We have to encourage this rebellion.
Right. That's when new ideas would come up.
This rebellion has to be encouraged. Now I think I should think more about this and talk about it at some point of time.
Absolutely.
I'm getting a different perspective as we converse. Thanks.
Right. All right, with that, we come to an end of a fantastic session. And I must say thank you so much for your time, sir. It was a fabulous session with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Enjoyed lovely conversation with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome to Pitstop at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today I have with me a very special guest, of course, an unusual startup founder who runs a profitable, bootstrapped company that has grown to become India's largest stockbroking firm with zero debt and zero funding. The founder and CEO of Zerodha, we have with us Mr. Nitin Kamath. Welcome to Pitstop.
Thanks, Nitya, for having me on this.
All right, Nitin, we all know how the journey of Zerodha has been and how you and your brother Nikhil has been running it successfully. So what we would like to know is merely a fraction of India's population is actually invested into the stock market. And it's less than 3% of the population, lagging, far behind the other countries. What do you think actually is the reason? And do you think the financial education in very early stages, maybe in schools, about money management, savings and investment would be a better option?
No, absolutely. I think, one of the most important aspects which is missing in this country is the understanding of capital markets. And I've used every opportunity to talk about this. And evangelize that people should be taught finance before they start making money. Mm-hmm. Today what happens is people get their first job and then figure what they should do with their money. And once you have the money, your bias of greed and fear already kicks in. So your money decisions are not really optimal most of the times. So So yeah, so if you have some basic understanding of finance, your choices in terms of what you do with your money will be potentially much better. Today, what happens is you come out of school, college, start making money. You either do what your parents are doing, or your friends are doing, right? I mean, you kind of pick up some of the habits, and it's very important that Indians start backing Indian entrepreneurs, right? Because we depend so much on foreign capital as a country, especially the entrepreneur class. You need local money to be supporting local entrepreneurs. Then what happens is wealth creation happens in this country, right? Which can in turn lead to the country doing well. So absolutely, I think financial education is key. Right. The other big problem for the country to solve is that, when we think about India, I don't think we can talk about India only in terms of people in Bangalore or Mumbai and Delhi, right? As in, our per capita GDP is still like $2,000, so a lot of India doesn't have enough money to be able to save, invest, right? So I think all of us should work together in thinking of India inclusively and seeing, how do we figure ways to help overall India to get wealthy? Because if people have more money, they'll automatically invest with it.
Okay, very much. Yeah. So you have also spoken about a problem that you wish to solve. For example, like helping people do better with their money and taking better decisions with the money, right. Like what you just mentioned for the previous question. But how do you think at Zerodha you are, providing to it?
Yeah, no, I mean, see, the thing is, the only reason we exist today is to be able to help our customers do better with their money, right? The way we've attempted this, there's still a long way to go. So, we're still attempting to solve this problem. It's a very tough problem to solve. Of course, we have a good trading platform. We do it at low cost. We have a great educational initiative. But we question this internally, saying, is this enough? And the answer is maybe no. I think we need to do a lot more as a company to be able to help people do better with the money. And how do we do it? It's very hard because you cannot be paternalistic in this, right? I mean, if, say, for example, you want to buy a stock X. Now, if it's not the right choice for you, I cannot say you shouldn't do it, right? Because as a platform, my job is to enable whatever you want to, to do. So now, we have this initiative called Nudge, through which we are trying to essentially nudge you to at least understand what's a money mistake. So let me give you an example. Okay, now say assuming one of the e-commerce apps, okay, and say there's this guy who's making say 50,000 rupees salary, and he goes on this platform to buy a 2 lakh rupee iPhone.
Okay.
Today, what happens? The platform will, if you don't have the money, it'll say borrow money and buy it. But ideally, it's not the right decision for the customer.
Correct.
Right? The platform ideally should say, boss, you're 50,000. You shouldn't be buying a 2 lakh rupee iPhone. Maybe you go buy a 20,000 rupee phone or whatever, right? So can you take such kind of a decision as a platform is really what we are questioning. So because on our platform, today what happens is if you come and you're trying to buy a penny stock is really one of the highest risk stocks trading on the exchange.
Yes.
We scare the shit out of the customer saying, what, this business, doesn't exist. Are you sure there's no profits, nothing, so, but you still have an option to hop over that nudge. But we are attempting, these small little nudges to educate people, because what we've realized is when you are in that purchasing journey, right, for those few seconds, we have your undivided attention.
Right.
Like, for example, in the same iPhone, on that e-commerce app, when you're pressing a buy button on the iPhone, for 3 or 4 seconds, you have undivided attention because you're about to buy something.
Yes.
Can you use that 3 or 4 seconds of undivided attention to educate you with something? Is I think biggest value for money, because otherwise, in real life, there's a phone, there's TikTok, not TikTok, Instagram, there is Twitter, there's LinkedIn, there's Netflix, YouTube. There are so many distractions. It's very hard to get people's undivided attention, even if you want to educate them with something.
Right.
So nudge is really our way of saying, can we, not being paternalistic, nudge someone to just understand that there is, this money mistake you're making.
Right. So how to introduce risk to people? Now, you were telling me how you can educate them.
Right.
But how can you actually introduce risk to people who shouldn't be taking risks? Yeah. Right. So what is the right way? You're of course the right person to ask. What is the right way to play in the stock market?
See, the thing is, I don't know if everyone should even invest in the stock markets, right?
Okay.
So I personally believe that the right stepping stone is is maybe fixed income. Like fixed income is really, okay, so today everyone understands bank fixed deposit, right? The safest way to keep your money, and you make say 6-7% rate, right?
Okay.
You know, like a loan by corporates, right? So instead of giving it to the bank, who in turn gives to the corporate, you directly give it to the corporate,
Right.
and your returns are typically 2%, 3% more than the bank fixed deposit. So that's the best way to introduce little amount of risk, right? In India today, there is this whole corporate bonds, etc., isn't really a thing at all. So no one talks about investing in a corporate bond. Either people are doing banks fixed deposit or a mutual fund.
Okay.
Or stocks, right? So I personally think the right product is fixed income, and the government's doing quite a bit to push the concept of fixed income. So there has been a bunch of regulatory changes. So over the next 2-3 years, you will start seeing platforms like us selling you fixed income instruments, like saying how you can buy say an ICICI stock, you can also buy an ICICI corporate bond. So I think that's a good way. But once someone is ready to be investing in the markets, I think the best way is mutual funds.
Okay.
Right? I don't think people should think of directly investing in stocks,
Okay.
because it is a high risk activity, and the problem with high risk activity is that, say, assuming you tomorrow decide to start investing in stocks, and say in 3 months from now you lost some money, you're unlikely to come back and invest again. Right? It's going to be a bad experience. You'll go talk about this to your 10 of your friends, and all those 10 friends will get scared, and all of you will not come invest in the markets. And you don't want that to happen, right? I mean,
Correct.
you want people to come in, stay invested for long periods of time. So the thing about mutual funds is, especially when you're investing systematically small amounts of money, the risk is much lower than direct stock investing.
Okay.
Right. So I would say fixed income followed by mutual fund investing. Once you start investing in mutual funds, if you take a liking for a sector, company, industry, whatever, then and if you think you can, you understand a business, you kind of think this business is doing well, etc., then maybe think of investing directly into stocks.
Okay.
Right. This whole getting up one morning and reading a newspaper and or someone else's stock tip to buy a stock, it's not really optimal. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's maybe good for the broking business as such in the short term, but not in the long run. In the long run, if the industry has to do well, people have to take appropriate risk of sorts. So I mean, that's how I think about this.
So do you think one must actually invest the disposable income one has into the stocks? Is that the right way to play the stock market, is what you're saying?
I mean, I think what we should, like, a lot of people use this word play, when it comes to stock market. It's not play because it's your hard-earned money, right?
Yes.
So
maybe the risk that is involved is what.
Right. So yeah, no. It's my dad also. My dad also. What did you play? And I'm like, what is you playing? I mean, he's been asking me this question for from the time I started trading the markets. Like, what did you play in today? I'm like, no, it's not playing. So yeah. So I think see, thing is, especially for youngsters, those who are say 20 to 40 years old today, what we need to realize is that our retirement age is not 60 anymore, right?
Yes.
Our retirement ages are somewhere between 50 to 55. Because by the time you're 50 to 55, you're probably most likely going to be redundant. That means your skill set is not going to be useful to the world outside.
Right.
Now, the other side, you're going to live much longer because of medical progress, right? So your average age expectancy is not going to be 65. Maybe it's going to be 75, 80 by the time you're there. So that means you have a 30-year gap. 55 when you retire, 85 when you're... So how do you fund this 30 years of your life, right? I mean... So the retirement crisis is one of the biggest crises for most countries.
Right.
And I think India will see it by the time our existing Indian 20 to 40-year-old becomes 55 plus. For our parents, what helped them was the real estate boom in this country, right? Because everyone bought real estate appreciated. So somehow they had some retirement savings.
Right.
But real estate is done. I mean, it's not giving you any abnormal returns anymore, right? So if it is not going to be giving you extraordinary returns, by the time you're 55, it's a problem. So I don't think it's about disposable income. I think everyone, as early as possible in life, has to start saving for a retirement fund, right?
Okay.
And the earlier you start, the better it is. I mean, it need not be all in equities. It could just put it in fixed deposit for anyone, for that matter. But the importance of thinking of a retirement and start saving is super important.
Right.
And if you think about long term, see, the thing is, if you keep money in a bank, the problem is the bank's interest rate is going to be lesser than the inflation rate. So you're kind of losing a little bit of money. And the only way to beat inflation in the really long term, historically, seems like by investing in companies. Like, if you invest in a company, the company does well, it's going to grow more than 7%, which means your money is going to grow by more than 7%, right? So, and that's the reason people come to the stock markets. So I think people need exposure to stock markets. Now, how much should people save, invest? I would say as much as possible, because of the impending retirement crisis, which is going to be hitting upon India, by the time existing 20 to 40-year-olds turn 55, 60-year-old. So.
Right. Right. Okay. So moving on, beyond funding or raising money from VCs, how can you fund, sustain, or grow a business? Of course, like the way you have done and grown in it.
So the thing is, it's very contextual. I don't think there's a cut, copy, paste. What worked for us may not work for someone else. To be very honest, I think if I were to have to start Zerodha today, I don't think there's a way to build Zerodha without raising venture capital, right? I mean, it worked because it was 2010 when we started. It worked because, for the first 4 or 5 years, we didn't have any competition. It worked because we were way ahead of everyone else in terms of when we started our tech development. So the product was more evolved and all of that. So today it's very hard for anyone, to be very honestly, to be able to build a business without raising capital. Because unless you're some technologist who have great tech skills and you're building a very core tech product, with just maybe 2-3 co-founders of yours, you're able to sit together and do it. But if you want to go hire people today, for example, which is the biggest problem I have with this startup ecosystem is today, to be able to start a business and put out a minimum viable product, you need at least $1 million, right? Now, if you don't have the $1 million, how will you build it? Because I'm saying $1 million without marketing, advertisement, just to be able to hire people, because the cost of hiring, because of all the VC money that's come into the startup ecosystem has just gone off whack, right?
Okay.
If you want to hire good people, it's extremely hard today and it's extremely expensive. It's impossible to do it without raising any capital, So, but the question is, once you have a product, how much money do you want to raise, right? Because one of the problems I think of the ecosystem is that everyone's benchmarking a startup success based on how much money raised at what valuation, right? And that is, that's a problem, And I think when startups raise money, they should think that the money brings along an obligation, right? You should raise money only if you really need it, because what obligation means is that, see, every new investor comes, puts money, you're supposed to give that investor a return on investment, right? As in, you have to then grow the company at a certain speed. If you want to grow the company at a certain speed, the decisions you make as a business may be compromised, right? One of the reasons for success of Zerodha is that not once in the last 12 years have we gotten up in any of the years and said, we want to grow this much as a business. We have gotten up every year saying, we want to improve something today as a business. And if you can constantly keep improving as a business, if luck happens, outcomes will be good, right? And then we gotten lucky that we were at the right place at the right time, bunch of times. So there isn't a cookie cutter answer to the question.
Right.
But I think how people should think about money, raising money, is that money brings obligation. I don't think you should raise money just because someone is giving you money, right? Would you take a loan just because someone is giving you a loan? Right, you wouldn't, and so you shouldn't the same way take money just because someone is giving you money, because that money brings an obligation along with it.
Okay, so only if there is a requirement,
right?
As such, should we accept as what you're
correct? Yeah, because what the reason I'm talking about money is that if there is, for most businesses, what is right for the customer is hardly ever right for the investor.
Okay.
Right, in the sense, as Zerodha, everything, like as I said, nudge, right? Every single nudge will reduce the business for us. It will never increase the business.
True.
Right? Like that e-commerce platform, it says, don't buy iPhone, buy some other phone. It's actually a reduction in business, right? So it's not right for the investor. It's right for the customer, right? So for every business, the more money you raise, the more obligation you have for the investor, the more your customer is going to get compromised. right? And if the customer gets compromised, then you have to spend money to acquire customers, right? Until date, the reason we are bootstrapped is because we have spent 0 rupees on marketing and advertisement. And because if you had spent if you spend money on marketing and advertisement, I would have been forced to do a bunch of things which would have not been right for the customer. If it was not right for the customer would not talk about us to his friends. Then I have to go spend on marketing and advertising to get new customers. So it's like that. I mean, I think more money for a startup venture, while it gets celebrated, I think is an obligation and debt. And not really something to be celebrated is what I personally think. I might absolutely be wrong about this.
No, but that's a absolute wonderful thought, because I think in this situation you're absolutely prioritizing your customer, and there is no scope, but there is no real need of marketing and advertising, because nothing like word of mouth.
Yeah,
right?
I mean it's
put across.
It's not, yeah, it took us 6 years to get to our first 60,000 customers.
Okay.
Right, and then the next 6 years we got 1 crore customers. Right.
Wow.
So like I said, when you rely on word of mouth, it takes a while to
longer
kick in.
time.
Right? It's because you have to be at it. Because the spreading from first customer to the first 60,000 customers took time. But once 60,000 customers like you, then you have power of compounding kicking in. Right. Yeah. The issue is, in today's world, everyone looks at building a business very quickly. Right. There is no quick way of building a business. Right.
Okay.
I mean, it's like growing a tree. I mean, there is no way you can say, I plant a tree, I'll put a lot of fertilizer, and suddenly it'll give me fruits. It's going to take its time. It's right. We've been oversold this idea that you can somehow quickly build a large business. Of course, there have been exceptions in the last 5-10 years, but they've been just exceptions. Otherwise, businesses take a long while to build. I think, and that expectation people need to kind of make peace with, of sorts.
Very much. All right. So I have, Nitin, I've read about you and heard that you're, a pessimist sometimes. So is it because you always want to undercommit and, over deliver, or is it just to avoid disappointments, basically?
Yeah. I mean, I would say I'm probably more rationalist optimist than a pessimist.
Okay.
No, but generally, I think I used to be a trader before this, and the way I look at life is, the way I have survived my life as a trader was, unless I make peace with my worst case outcome, I would not do it, right? Okay. So before doing everything, I'm always saying, what is the biggest risk in this? What's the biggest loss? And only if I kind of make peace with it will I do it. That tends to somehow come across like being pessimism, in the sense, like every time an opportunity comes, I'm first thinking about what are the risks, right? What is the worst that can happen? No, but I'm otherwise generally I'm not. I can't be building a business as a complete pessimistic, right? But I'm like I said, I'm probably more like a rational optimistic.
Okay.
But generally, I think for people around me, I'm setting the expectations right at all the times, right? So this whole idea of knowing the worst case outcome, I'm very vocal about it internally as a business as well, which is because I want our team to know the worst case outcome as well, right? So, like for example, last 2 years have been phenomenal for the business. Broking businesses around the world have done quite well because it's top of a bull market, right? And I use every opportunity to tell our team that what happened in the last 2 years is unlikely to happen in the next 10 years of our business, right? So we'll probably hit peak revenue this year, and we're unlikely to, the last financial year, and we're unlikely to beat it this year or the next year. Right, and it's obvious, so I don't have to, because I don't have the pressure of investors, I can be very honest about it. I don't have to come and say, what, we will somehow still grow for the next 2-3 years, which is impossible considering we have peaked out in terms of participation in the market. So it's a lot of people in the office also call me pessimistic, but but the thing is, because I'm always constantly priming them to expect for the worst case outcome. Like you said, the disappointments are also much lesser.
Okay.
Right. So one of the reasons I think we've had almost no attrition in the business. We've had like 2 people leave our tech team in the last 7-8 years. Which is probably unheard of in this.
Yes.
In this industry. So, and the reason is that because when we are hiring, we set the expectation right. After hiring, we set the expectation right in terms of what is expected, and no one, we never hired a person promising ESOPs and that not even saying that we are changing, we are solving for some world problems, because the problem with most founders is that, when you like someone, you oversell to get that person. The problem is that overselling is setting the wrong expectation, right? Because that'll lead to disappointment at some time in the future.
Right.
Most of the times, it's like, I keep joking about it, in team as well. Assuming you go on a first date and you are the best you, right? And then the date decides to marry you. I mean, how do you catch up to that through your life?
Throughout your life.
So I mean, the first meeting, if you show your true self and you say this is the worst that
that can happen.
that can happen, so maybe the marriage lasts long, So essentially, I think that's how I look at all of this, So.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, on that note, what is the work culture like at Zerodha? Is it like a fun place to work? How is it?
Yeah, I mean, not a single person on our team has a target. So, I mean, that's like a good start.
Okay.
Right? So it means there is hardly ever any pressure. I mean, the reason we don't have targets is in the business of money, you put targets, people missell. Right? If people missell, word of mouth stops happening. Right? So there's hardly ever any pressure. We kill all work chat at 6 p.m. I think because we want people to have like a right work-life balance. Because otherwise, what happens is you're constantly distracted. You go back. You're in your personal time. Ideally your personal time should be your personal time, and you should not be distracted with work, right? Again, I mean, some of these decisions are made thinking of long term and not short term, right? Because if I was optimizing for next quarter, I would want everyone to work 16 hours, right? Because that would mean maximum return for the business.
Right.
But if I'm thinking next 10 years, I'm like, if I want this person to be, performing for the next 10 years, I need to give him right work-life balance today, right? Because only then will he be around for 10 years, right? Otherwise, he's going to burn out at some point of time, So I mean, I think if founders optimize for longer term, your decision making will be very different versus when you optimize something only for like 3 months, 1 month, quarter, year, whatever, So.
Okay, that's wonderful. So you spoke about work-life balance, right? So in several platforms, we've heard about you playing a guitar, and you are a fitness enthusiast, and you like sports, and you of course care about the environment, the carbon footprints. So just moving a little from Zerodha, do you like reading books? Do you like watching movies? What's your preference, or what's the genre that you would like to enjoy?
No, I mean, I never read books when I was younger. And then I got introduced to audiobooks like 4-5 years back.
Okay.
And then I started consuming a lot of content. And so I went to my mom and I told her this, I mean, the reason I was such a bad student is because you probably didn't introduce me to audiobooks when I was a kid. So, but one of those things that I'm very curious about is the journey of other businessmen, so that's really, I listen to a lot of, books or podcasts around that. I think some of my favorites are like, Gaira's How I Built This. His podcast is amazing. I mean, he interviews, other entrepreneurs because, and talks about how they built it. So I'm very curious about that because I'm like, I always question what happens to Zerodha next. Right. Like this always constantly running in my head. Like, what if I get up tomorrow morning and I'm bored about running this business, right?
Could happen.
I mean, it could, right? The thing is, until you have money goals in your life, money acts as a pivot, right? When you don't have money goals in your life, you have so much freedom in your life saying, like in terms of your decision making, right? Right. And then you're like, yeah, I mean, once, we have a bunch of things to do as a business, but once these things are done, I might get up one day and say, you know what? What's the point of doing this, right? So I mean, so I have my own questions. So that's why I listen to a lot of other entrepreneurs as in how do they remain focused. And every opportunity I get, I mean, I ask this. I mean, I recently met with their quote. My first question was that, as in, how are you so wired at this age? So it is, that and but otherwise, other than podcasts, I mean, play a little bit of music. I allow my basketball and swimming and all of that.
Okay.
But I don't really, I mean, outside business, I don't really read too much of books. I mean, I read for a bit around philosophy, etc. But I mean, I couldn't survive it.
But I must say there are a lot of Gen Zs who listen to your podcast and get inspired these days. You're like the role model they of course look up to.
See, the thing is, like sometimes I question myself, like how different am I today versus 10 years back, right? It's just, like a notional valuation of yours changes the perception of people listening to you. So, like
if you would have told this 10 years back.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, if I'd sold the same thing 10 years back, who would have cared to even listen to me of sorts, right? And so, making money somehow, makes people believe that what you're saying is,
it's true.
is sensible and true, So, but there's some, like one of the reasons I think I'm vocal over the last 2-3 years has been that, I think today we have a responsibility to go out and put out words saying it is possible to build a business in a different way. Because, otherwise, you're always sold this idea that to build a business, you need to be cutthroat, you need to work 20 hours a day, you need to squeeze the last juice out of, your employees and stuff like that, right? Which is actually, I don't think it's true, So, you can build a business in different ways. And I think we have today, because we built a large business this way, I think it's a moral responsibility to be able to go and put it out there so people know that there are other ways to do it as well.
Oh, let me ask you, are you like a hardworking or a smart-working person?
I don't know. That's
Smartly
a tough question.
hardworking.
I think that's a tough question. No, but I like, to maintain a good work-life balance. So,
right.
Like I said, I think about myself, we're just talking about this in the office, saying how I want to lead my life when I'm 60 plus. So all my decisions today are based on how I will lead my life after. I need to adjust myself. I need my 7-8 hours of sleep. I need good food. I need to work hard because, like someone was just telling me this. Once you're 65 plus, a hip fracture, your chances of death is 40% more. Your chances of death in the next 1 year from the fracture. So what it means is, if you don't want a hip fracture to kill you after 65, you need to keep a bone strong, which means you need to have good food and exercise and until you become 65, right? So as I said, I'm constantly trying to think long term versus short term. And then, when you think like really far away, like 10, 20, 30 years away, some of the decision making today becomes much easier, So I don't think you need to work hard, to be very honest, because, people, I think it's a overrated word, right? I think you just, you need to get up every day and get better as a person. And does it mean you have to work 16 hours? I don't think so. I think, I've probably done it in the past, but I'm more mature today, and I'm, I try to give everything, give time for my body, my mind, my personal life, my family, because I think, you need to kind of grow holistically. Yes.
So Nitin, previously we did talk about how much you care about the environment as well. So we have learned about your initiatives about the Rain Matter Foundation, and we would like to, understand the social impact that you're trying to create through such initiatives. And if you could just throw some light on few initiatives that you have already done.
Yeah, so firstly, what happened was, back in 2016, we started this thing called as Rain Matter Fintech. It's like an incubator fund. So we started collaborating with startups and saying that, we need to expand the capital market ecosystem in this country. We need more people to invest. What we are doing as Zerodha is not enough. There are other problems to solve. And to solve these problems, startups will face challenges, and we will kind of collaborate and help you out with it, which meant funding, which meant APIs to build the business very quickly, which meant giving them compliance, regulatory support, and all of that. And it is done phenomenally. I think the Rain Matter Fintech, there are 20-25 startups, each one of them building niche platforms, very unique as such. So between around 2018-19 is when the business started churning a lot of cash, which is cash that wasn't really required for the business, because we're not spending on marketing and advertising. And by then we also had this realization that I think Kailash, who heads our tech, he's like my life guru, and I think hanging around with him for so long, I've become more like him, which is to think about like what's the point of all this money, so in a sense, and also this realization that the biggest problem for the planet in the future is going to be wealth concentration, right? Because the more wealth gets concentrated in one place, the more question will be asked from these people saying, what are you doing about the society which is getting disrupted, right? I mean, again, not today, tomorrow, I'm talking 5, 10 years from now, right? And you're already seeing some of this happen in the US, socialism kind of, picking up and things like that, right? So I think the onus should be on all people where the wealth is concentrated to use that wealth for the benefit of the society, right? I mean, and that's really how we've been thinking about as a business. And so we started InMatter Foundation, and we allocated like $100 million to this, and we said we're going to support for-profits and not-for-profits for working in the space of climate change and around creation of livelihood. Like I said earlier, right? I think India isn't what we see in Bangalore and Mumbai and Delhi, right? India is really what's happening in Uttar Pradesh or Bihar and all of that, right? And you need, for the country to grow, you need these people to grow as well, right? So I mean, we have decided that we're going to give back most of our success for this, because money has incrementally changed none of our lives. As in, I'm not doing anything with the money. I mean, I'm doing nothing differently today than what I was doing 5 years back, So in the sense, incrementally, everyone needs to make money, but beyond a point, money means, essentially means nothing, So, right. And especially, I think it's a very Bangalore kind of a culture, right? Which is, I've seen this with so many other Bangalore entrepreneurs, right? So now we are very passionate about InMatter Foundation, and there are a bunch of things that we are doing, there are a bunch of non-profits, bunch of for-profits, but all the for-profits investment that we're doing, the way we are doing it is any upside goes back to the foundation. Because I think some of these problems, bigger problems, economic incentives can also solve for it. For example, we're supporting a startup called Zero Circle, which is helping turn seaweed into plastic, biodegradable plastic, and I mean, and it's the cost of that is not too far away from plastic. The day the costs match and the costs are better, you could potentially switch the entire country from using plastic to using something which is biodegradable of sorts. So I mean, I think, and also the reason we are talking about it is because we want others to be thinking about this as well, right? Because I think almost peer pressure others to say, what? So these guys are doing, so we also need to do something about it. Because really, I mean, those problems are much bigger than fintech or whatever, I mean. So, right, I think if whatever success out of fintech can be used for solving bigger problems in life, I think people should do it.
I mean, that's a great initiative, which is, like what you said is true. It's not just Bangalore or Mumbai, it is the other sectors, and only if they grow will the entire country be benefited by the same. Right. It's a wonderful initiative, and good luck with all the initiatives that is coming further. So Nitin, now that you're very successful, you're a unicorn now, do you think life has changed in some way for you?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just like people care more about what I say.
It's a very honest answer, I must say.
So that's really what has changed. I mean, even this unicorn, I think, is abused word. So I mean, I personally, if there was a way I could get rid of that unicorn with associated with Zerodha, I would do it. Right? Firstly, the thing is, we don't intend to sell the business. We're not going to list. I mean, so there is no intention. So all this notional valuation, anyways, means nothing, right? For me, in my head, the money in the bank is really the valuation of the business. Right. So no, I think. But that said, I would be lying if I said money, all this valuation, as in terms of money, hasn't been beneficial. Money is today, for me personally, means freedom, right? Because it gives you freedom to be able to do everything that you want to do in your head, right? Because otherwise, a lot of people want to do things, but they don't have the freedom to do that, right? I mean, all these policies as a business that we can follow, I mean, or the foundation or the incubator and fund. I mean, all of this wouldn't have been possible if not for the money, right? So making money is important, but money, I don't think is personally is not changed. It's not changed anything at all. And I think that's because I think this like a more philosophical like Guruji thing, but I think it's about. I think you feel rich when you feel you have enough, right? And right, and I think I kind of hit that point because I started my life wanting like a Patek watch or a Ferrari and all of that. I mean, these were all.
That's where we want to be.
Yeah, but at some point, you kind of realized,
This is not it.
Yeah, this is like a marketing pitch. Everyone has sold you this idea that if you get this, you will feel it's enough, but it's never enough. I mean, there is always a better watch, there is always a better car. Like for me in my life, like I said, my grounding force has been Kailash, who's our CTO, and hanging around. I have right now, and I keep talking about this thing. I have a K filter in my life. So, we call him K. So every time I do something, I'm like, what will he think about me? So money apart from the fact that it's given us freedom doesn't really mean anything.
Okay, that's wonderful. All right. So as the iconic event, Bengaluru Tech Summit enters its 25th year. So it is a matter of immense pride and a reason for celebration, as the event is today recognized as Asia's largest technology event. So this is one of the events where the government, the industry, the startups, academia, and the policymakers come together. So what are your memories, participating the previous times, or what do you think about such events? How does it help the startups that is coming up?
I know some of the stalwarts from Bangalore, so Bengaluru, so I remember this conversation along with them saying, why is Bengaluru a tech hub, right? And and this discussion saying that the culture in Bengaluru is people don't kind of applaud you not for your riches, but for your achievements. In the sense, this culturally is how Bangalore has been. Even around me, like if I look at people, they appreciate for your accomplishments, which isn't really money. I mean, it's not like some other cities, like driving a big car, building a big house, people celebrate that. But here, your accomplishments, what you do in your professional and whatever career is what sticks out in Bengaluru, and that's really why I think Bengaluru continues to attract good talent. And that conversation has been very vivid in my kind of. Every time Bengaluru and looking, especially in the summit, and celebrating Bengaluru and actually putting the idea out there of kind of celebrating success, not just in terms of money and valuation, but in terms of products and their contribution to the society, etc. So it's quite special, and it's also great that it's the 25th year, and yeah, hopefully more such events will keep happening in the future as well.
So as you know, we're celebrating the 75th year of independence, the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
Right.
So our Honorable Prime Minister, Modi ji, has spoken about the next 25 years, where India is going to be in 2047, right? So, and he has also called that the Amrit Kal, and the next 10 years, he's mentioned it as the decade, because technology is going to be driving us forward. So Nitin, my question to you is going to be three of them. So from 10 years from now, where do you see our country from the financial markets and the fintech perspective? And where do you see Zerodha in the next 10 years? And where do you see yourself, Nitin, as an avatar in the next 10 years?
Yeah. No, see, the thing is, I think, if you look at fintechs as in terms of payments, if you look at it in terms of stock markets, I think India is kind of, in terms of market infrastructure, is at least 10 years ahead from the best countries in the world. Right, because a lot of credit is given, while all the credit is given to payments, I think a lot of credit should also be given to the stock exchange infrastructure in this country, right? As in, we were one of the first countries to go completely dematerialized on securities. We did it very fast. This whole structure of depositories, stock exchanges, clearing corporations, very unique to India, and one of the things that doesn't also get spoken about much in the last 3-4 years is improving corporate governance in this country, right? Because one of those issues we have been plagued historically in this country has been corporate governance, right? Today, investors are coming to the market also because they trust companies a lot more than what they were doing in before, right? So that's also been a very critical part, and the government regulators have been absolutely responsible for this. So we kind of have all of these enabling pillars to kind of grow as a country, right? Firstly, the technology, the infrastructure, corporate governance. Second, we have the largest number of 20 to 30-year-olds in the country. I mean, in the world, sorry. And we have a stable government. We have one of the last few countries to be actually having like a GDP growth of sorts. Like large democracies to have GDP growth. So I think all of these holds really good. And if you see the last 3 to 6 months, when some of the developed markets are melting, in terms of stock markets, we've been holding up like really, really strong. I haven't seen this happen any time in the last 25 years I've been in the markets, where, like some like a US market's down 40-50% and we are down 5%. It's never happened. I mean, if US used to sneeze, we used to get the cold. That's how it used to be historically. So I'm absolutely bullish that India is going to be an outperformer over the next 5-10 years. But I say outperformer because I believe that we will outperform everyone else, right? But if the world gets into a mess, I mean, we will get dragged along. But I still feel that we'll outperform the rest of the world, over the next 10 years. As Zerodha, I mean, our fortunes are really tied very closely to the stock markets. So if the stock markets, if I believe, it's very tough to kind of match the performance of the last 2-3 years because it's not possible to sustain that for long periods of time. So there will be ups and downs. We've done decently well in terms of growing the business without increasing our costs. I mean, when we were 2 million customers, we were at 1,100 people. We are at 10 million customers. We are 1,100 people. Everything at Zerodha is free and open source software. Enterprise deals, and be it our sales CRM, be it even something like an email sending utility, So everything is free and open source. We are big proponents of FOSS. We contribute significantly back to FOSS. So so we have done a bunch of things right in terms of keeping our costs low. So even if there was volatility in the business, I think we are okay to survive volatility. So yeah, 10 years from now, where we'll be, I have no clue, but I know that we will be a more evolved and better product for sure, and this whole, like I said, this problem that we have taken upon just to help people do better with the money or trying ways to introduce education much early, for people. So these are some of the problem statements that we have taken on right now, and probably we'll have done some, we'll have done something about it in the next 10 years. And personally, for me, I don't know. I mean, I hope I'm as motivated 10 years from now as I am today to to be able to get up every day wanting to get better in business and in life. So I personally, I like me or the business. I find the setting goals not a futile exercise because these goalposts keep moving. In the sense. Right? I mean, if you set a goal saying, I want to open, say, 100,000 custom accounts, you get to 100,000, next month you'll say, I want 110,000 accounts, right? I mean, you're going to constantly keep pushing goalposts. And so that's a chase that never ends. And then, the whole journey then becomes, a constant chase versus enjoying the journey, So yeah, internally, a bunch of us, we don't really believe in, it sounds very weird, but we don't believe in setting goals, I mean, the idea is just get up every day, do something, and wherever you have to get to, you'll get there. So.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. On that note, it was a wonderful conversation with you, Nitin, and thank you so much for your time.
No, thanks. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Welcome to Pitstop. We have with us today Mabel Chaco, serial entrepreneur and co-founder of Open. We'll hear today Mabel's overall journey, and we will also look at how Mabel is actually driving the next era of fintech in this country. Mabel, thank you for coming into Pitstop of Bangalore Tech Summit. This is an iconic moment for Bengaluru. It is the 25th year of Bangalore Tech Summit, and thank you for being part of this Pitstop interview today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me around for this.
So Mabel, I think you are in the most important era of the fintech industry, the banking industry in this country. And it is one of the most subsegments that have come up in the last few years. How do you see neo-banking, the new industry that is proliferating in this country? And we have a very large audience that is looking at this interview today. Can you throw light on the basics of neo-banking and how it is actually proliferating in this country?
Right. So neo-banking essentially means you are building a solution on top of the banking layer, where bank owns the license, owns the fund, and we are acting as a tool, a technology layer on top of the banking layer. This can be used for different use cases. Open does it for solving problems faced by small business owners in managing their finances. Neo-banking, we were practically the first to get into this segment in India in 2017, but it's been something that has been there in the European market and American market for at least a couple of years before that. And compared to global neobanks, India has had a very, very big problem to solve, right from the tech readiness of the banks to expose APIs for us to build solutions on top of the banking layer, right up to educating the users on what neo-banking is and what it can do to change life for their problems that they face. So what we do at Open is we have built, small businesses tend to use multiple tools to manage different operational tasks. They use some tools for accounting, something else for creating invoices and bills, something to keep track and reconcile all payments. What we have done is we've taken all of these tools and built it around the banking layer itself, because bank layer is where the money movement happens. So if you're able to build all of this around the banking layer, you know exactly this payment has gone to this person for purchase of inventory, or this money that has come in was for this particular invoice. If you land up getting that kind of visibility, at least 80 to 90% of the accounting tasks can be automated without having manual intervention. And that drives back a lot of efficiency for the small business owner, because typically small businesses tend to spend 4 to 5 hours a week in just managing these housekeeping tasks that they need to run their business. And we are constructively able to help small business owners save that time, and so that they can reinvest it into growing their business. So that's where our take at neobanking has been. And over the past 5 years or 5.5 years of doing neobanking in India, empowering close to 28 lakh small businesses and solving problems for them, we have been able to somewhere simplify the life of an entrepreneur, and helping him put time and money back into growing his business. And that somewhere is the end goal for us as a new banking platform.
That's fabulous. One is you are empowering the Indian small and medium enterprises in their complete everyday journey of banking, and banking at their fingertips, which is no need to go and visit any of the banks at their physical locality. It is completely digital, it is completely online. And second one is everything happens because it is digital, it is online, and you are able to look at non-traditional parameters of whether it is lending or whether it is everyday minimum balance for an entrepreneur, and you are personalizing on an everyday basis. So you are more of a platform, a technology platform, but also you customize experiences based on the need of the small and medium enterprise. That's what you are. That's a fabulous one. And I saw that you are the 100th unicorn of India. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we want to understand from you, Ipal, is about how is it that you are actually in the span of 15 years, I think you have been a serial entrepreneur, and what it takes to build an unicorn, and what it takes to get started. What is the first step, and what is your take for? We have a lot of women audience here, and it's a man's world and man's society that we are there, and still fintechs are actually in a 1.4 billion adult country. You're still looking at proliferating and opening new accounts, especially when the women's number of accounts the women have in this country is still less. How do you look at, from a neo-banking perspective, this paradigm to change? And second one is, how do you think that India's fintech is going to look uh, in the next few years? There are a lot of regulations that this industry is still waiting for. How do you see this industry actually going forward?
Right. So let me get started with the problem of getting started, and that is a little more gender neutral because both men and women face this problem. It is when you decide that it is the right time, it is the right time. There is no other go to deciding when you want to get started with on your journey of an entrepreneurship. Sometimes it is just hoping on the wing of a prayer and just taking that leap. And as entrepreneurs, we tend to second guess ourselves a lot, especially as women founders. That whether am I the right person to do this? What I'm doing, is it right or not? This somewhere stems from the sixth sense that women have, and that kind of works in their favor in most situations. But also, you need to know when to listen to it and when you shouldn't be listening to it, right? Because otherwise, you'll keep going in this loop of second guessing yourself on whether what you're doing is right or whether it is needed. So my tip to women entrepreneurs is that don't be too critical about yourself. You are definitely the right person to do whatever you're doing, and you have everything that is required to rule the world. It's just about you, about how much you believe in yourself to take you on that journey. The other part of this entire thing is, about our conversation is also around finance for women, and how that has been changing. It's been changing for some time now, at least for the past 20 years. But even today, it is somewhere not at the most optimal point that we say, because somewhere the key decision maker goes back to the male in the family or the male in the company, right? And we definitely see things are changing. Things are changing because there are a lot many neo banking platforms also that are coming up for that are meant for women, for that are meant to educate women on a lot of these finance tasks and help them go down that journey on making more independent financial decisions. So somewhere neo banking and fintech is changing that. Fintech is also changing the equation of women in the boardroom when it comes to key decision makers, because there are a lot of, compared to other industries, at least there are many more women founders in fintech compared to, probably in insurance or wealth or any of the other domains that are there. So, yeah, fintech is a flex point that is making these changes, not just to the life of small business owners, but also to women entrepreneurs, and thereon creating more women leaders and more empathetical employers. So somewhere it is a big spoke in nation building itself.
Oh, wow. Well, very, very well said. And I think we need more of that women Shakti that is required to plunge India forward, to take it to the what the Prime Minister calls of the Amrit Kal that is coming in, for us to become a developed nation by 2047. And next 10 years is where I think the disruptive players like you who will make the difference of surging India forward and into this nation building. To that question, actually, where do you see open actually becoming? What will it be? You also are running a neo bank, and you're actually also a platform where other banks, both traditional and private banks, are dependent on you for launching new services, whether it is white labeled or non-white labeled. You are still acting as one of the product platforms to them. Where do you see the game changing for in the near term, and what do you see yourself as in the Indian fintech market?
Right. So Open today is at a stage where there is a part of Open that is a neo-banking solution that solves problems for small business owners, and at the same time we have banking stack, which is an enterprise cloud native digital banking operating system that is helping banks in their entire digital banking journey in launching their own digital banking enterprises, their own digital banking solutions. So this somewhere started acting for us. The strategy started acting like a flywheel. So it was not just like we were doing two independent strategies itself, but the more banks we interacted with for banking stack yielded into more kind of deeper integrations on the open platform, and that itself became so strong that it became something that could be deployed for banks. So there was an entire flywheel that started kicking in for us. And this is what will take us in our next phase of growth, because there is Open, which is the neo-banking solution, the go-to neo-banking solution for small businesses. There is the banking, the entire digital banking journey that we are helping banks to get onto, and also enabling fintech for many fintechs and non-fintechs to launch their own fintech services using our platform. So having that kind of a strategy, which is cut across three very different segments itself, is the game plan that sees us over the next decade itself. And building deeper into this, building wider into this, is what I see Open doing for the next 10 years.
I think that I love the fact about what you use the word flywheel, which is the complete 360-degree view of the complete banking that you are trying to take it to the SME segment that you are taking it across. Tell me, as what type of SMEs that you are actually attracting? Like, is it freelancers that you are getting, freelance consultants that you are getting? Is it what type of entrepreneurs can look forward to coming into your platform? And how does your platform actually score vis-a-vis other, regular banking platforms that are there? So you can just give us a view of the type of customers who are coming and the advantage that you provide to them.
Right. So when we started out, for a very long time, we were focused at a mid segment of SMEs, which is, say people who have a company that has, say, 10 employees, right? Businesses that have 10 employees or are generating upwards of 75 lakhs in revenues. So that is a segment of SMEs that were the early adopters for a product like Open. But as and when we saw the post-pandemic more digital transformation of SMEs was happening, so the extreme end of the long tail of SMEs also started adopting a platform like us. So even if it is a solo entrepreneur or a freelancer or even a yoga trainer who was otherwise in the pandemic, before the pandemic, was able to train only people in Indiranagar, is now able to suddenly train people who are sitting in Delhi, in US.
Yes.
And then there's suddenly they're earning money, and now this is becoming more serious business than just a hobby business or a pastime that they were following. So because of that, even they started adopting platforms like Open to manage all their business finance tasks. So we've seen a lot of these different kinds of businesses coming and using the platform. A lot of fintechs and non-fintechs also wanted to embed financial services into their product, because either it was helping them to engage better with the users, or it was helping them drive another form of revenue, another stream of revenue, or it was helping them have more control over the customer experience. So embedded finance is something that has started out as a flavor right now, and this is going to go on as the next wave of fintech itself. It's going to take fintech to the next stages where anyone and everyone will become a fintech, and there would be platforms like us who would be enablers for anyone to launch financial services or embed financial services or fintech into their product or service. And the next stage for Open is to understand, now that we have 28-30 lakh small businesses who are there on the platform, what we are now focusing on is to understand what each of these segments require, go down deep into these businesses and their use cases, and try and understand what does a seller on a marketplace require for growing his business, what does a manufacturing unit in a tier 2 city require to grow the business to the next level, and try to provide those growth enablers, be it in the form of short-term loans or revenue-based finance, to help these small businesses reach to the next level itself. So that's going to be the next phase of growth for Open.
I love the fact about what you just talked about, embedded finance, right? Which means at a society level, for example, that based on the typical society's need, I'm talking about an apartment actually, right? That apartment society's need, you can actually customize their banking requirement, and that is what actually is the promise, and that is what you're actually providing today to the 28 lakh SMEs who are onboarded with Open today.
Yes.
Right?
And the use cases become more and more interesting with more kind of platforms that we interact with. So an apartment management society, platform wanting to launch, say, accounts for societies to manage their maintenance payments, or for dating apps wanting to launch couple savings account, or co-living startups who want to launch flatmates sharing accounts, shared accounts for flatmates, to drive more engagement on their platform, or to earn more revenues for that matter, or even not just the tech players but also the non-tech variants, the mom and pop stores who want to launch their own branded FMCG retailers who want to launch their own branded buy now pay later or card solutions in their own brand, to something like even schools who want to launch savings account for their students because it helps them solve the problem of reconciling fee collection. So we've seen such myriad use cases, and it's just left to our imagination what embedded finance can do for this country.
So it means like you are one platform that is capable of not just giving across the entire, say, thing of what you give of a super app, plus also you can go to the shop floor level to the last kirana of the country and still customize it right from a super app to the smallest thing that you can give for a kirana shop.
Yes.
Is the promise with which you can scale up and scale down
Right.
the features of customized banking. I
Right.
think you are in the next generation of neo banking itself.
Very true. In fact, actually, some of the things that we work on is just to know, what a user, particular user, if it's a freelancer, then what is it that they want to see on our interface, because not everything is relevant to them, and built to those use cases that each of these businesses require.
Fabulous. And how easy is it, this platform, to leverage and use? Is it that I must know coding, like you're talking of societies actually adapting it? Obviously, they can't go and hire people, right? How easy is it, this platform, to adapt it actually?
It depends on your tech prowess. So if you have a bunch of engineers who are working, who are moonlighting and living in your apartment society, then probably you can use the APIs and build the whole thing on your own. If you don't have the tech prowess or the time for doing that, you could just drag and drop things and get it going, or create a microsite where you will be able to collect all of these information together. Or you can even as simple as select what you want to see on your interface, what your student should see on your website, and then copy paste that code onto your website code. So it can be absolutely no code to low code to deep tech APIs that we would be able to expose, and it's up to you which one you want to consume.
Wow, this is amazing, and this is one of the best disruptions I think you can see, and this is exactly what I think is required for Atmanirbhar Bharat to be looking at the next stage of proliferating India to the next growth that we are talking, and SMEs are the key to actually make this happen in this country. Um, I think we will change tracks now and talk more about how do you actually look at co-founders. You have been a serial entrepreneur and you have actually worked with various founders in this journey for various entrepreneurs that you have actually evaluated and looked at it. And there are a lot of budding entrepreneurs here on this platform today. How do you actually look at co-founders that you look at, and are co-founders necessary? Is it that's one of the biggest questions that keep coming is it really necessary for me to have a co-founder, and what is it that what is your take on it?
I often get asked this question, so it's something that I have heard before. Yes, I feel that having a co-founder is a great thing, and I also believe that having more is merrier, because running a company or being an entrepreneur can be really, really tough. And if you have someone to share that load with you, or share your frustrations, or find a common goal and start working towards it, you don't have to carry all the load all together. Having someone to share that entire thing with you is an amazing experience. Obviously, yeah, you need to find what works for you. The co-founder has to be someone who understands your style. Doesn't have to be someone like you. I would not say that go find another yourself out there, but at the same time should be different from who you are, because then you can handle two different parts of building your company or building your business itself. But at the same time, find a co-founder who has a lot of respect in your decision making capabilities, and same way reciprocate with their decisions as well, and know that it's always taken in the larger interest of common good of the company, right? And that will keep a lot of co-founder issues out of your way, and it'll be good to have a healthy relation with your co-founder. But yeah, absolutely do have a co-founder. It's an amazing journey to do it together.
And what happens when co-founders are within the family?
Oh God, that is another. That's go down that route only if you're okay to spend every waking hour just discussing your startup. I've done that. So me and Anish, we were co-founders for at least 2 startups, and then we decided to get married. And then it was like, okay, now every time you're awake, you're just talking about your startup. You're just thinking about how you want to grow this. Ajish also joined our journey, as Ajish is Anish's brother.
Yeah.
Yes, so he also joined us after his college as a technical co-founder. So that solved a lot of problems for us in terms of building a tech team, because till then, it was a struggle for me and Anish to do it ourselves. But Ajish took on the reins, and he started building his own team and growing. Today, Open has around 300 engineers, right? And he sits as the CTO, managing all of them. So it's an amazing journey to have co-founders within your family. I would say do it with caution, only unless you are willing to put every atom of your being into doing 100% of only talking about startups at dinner tables and even in your bedrooms. If you're fine with that, then great. It's an amazing experience. But even apart from that, having a co-founder, even in Dina is not family. In fact, Dina was a client for us in our previous startup. And that's when we started out with the journey of open, I reached out to her saying that, listen, you're one of the CFOs I know, and I'm building a finance platform. I just want you to go through what we are trying to build and see if it makes sense. And having Dina give us that validation that what we were building is right, and then also helping drive the narrative back into how it should be in the product or how it should be in the business strategy. That itself was a great combination for us as founders.
So, what does a typical day look like for you, actually, considering that you are completely preoccupied, I would say, 24/7 in running this organization, and also you're also the marketing leader for this startup. So how do you actually leave the brand, and also how do you actually look at what is typically your free time? Actually, is there a free time?
There is no free time. Who says entrepreneurs get free time? There is no off day. Every single waking hour is completely and 100% dedicated to open, and we do it by choice. There are times where we think that we want to take a break and unwind, but that also lands up into us checking our emails and texting our friends who would be also openers, who would be friends and colleagues at work. So there is no off day per se, but yeah, I try to unwind by doing some bit of meditation in the morning. That gives me a kickstart to the day itself. I do a little bit of unwinding over weekends where I have a small little organic farm that I'm trying to do some agriculture in. So yeah, those would be my pastimes if at all I get anything.
And the last one question is about what is it that you think or the ingredients for the day and age that you started was with the larger platforms that were getting formed, and the next era is all about the open platforms that is coming up. Actually, any entrepreneur who is planning to come into the fintech segment today and looking at solving various problems that we are looking at, what is it that your mantras that you would look at for venturing into this industry, and what is it that you believe are the most important traits, both from technology perspective, skills perspective, that you need to be resilient about? What do you think are your mantras for them?
All right, a couple of them actually. For anyone who's starting out into fintech, I would say have a lot of respect for the banking partner, because their banks are going to be there forever. They are great fund managers, and don't come in saying that I will overthrow the bank at some point of time, because that is arrogance. Always find a partnership with a banking partner and find the banking partner who understands what you want to do in growing and scaling your business. So one is to know that. Secondly, a couple of when it comes to technology, while you start building using a certain tech, at some point you would have to become tech agnostic. You might have to have multiple languages that you're using as a tech platform to build whatever you're building. So be adaptive enough to make those changes and not build something that is focused only on a certain language. So that's the other part. And know when you have to make, though at a broader level as an entrepreneur, when you have to make changes in your path. You always go around saying that I want to do this, but then there might be a roadblock. When you see that, don't ponder so much about the roadblock. Take a couple of steps back. You'll be able to see the larger picture and another way to overcome the hurdles that you face in entrepreneurship. So those were my 3 cents about fintech and entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much. And I think I was looking forward to this brand because it is so open, right? It is about the day and time that we are living in, and where truth is the only currency, both in technology terms and as well as for the networking that you have to do to proliferate your business to the next level. I think uh, how important is talent as a mix, and especially why is open in Bangalore, based out of Bangalore, and where is it that you believe this city is going to go next? I think next 10 years being the golden era of technology that we are looking at, where do you think actually Bangalore will be, and why Bangalore is still the capital of unicorns and still the India Silicon Valley?
Rightly said, in Bangalore is the tech hub and was the Silicon Valley of India. And as an entrepreneur, I'm someone who changed cities to come to Bangalore to do entrepreneurship because of the kind of ecosystem that was available. Um, Gujarat and Ahmedabad definitely are great places to do business, but they were not, they're more traditional businesses, nothing wrong in that. But at the time and era that I was starting out, the kind of advice that I was looking for, or the kind of mentors or network of ecosystem or accelerators were not available at that point in 2005, 2006, when I started out as a newbie entrepreneur. So I moved to Bangalore for the access to these kind of networks. And those were times when the entire ecosystem of Bangalore was growing and booming. There was Head Start, there was Open Coffee Club, there was Proto, there were a couple of other such industrial associations, NASCOM, that were laying the ground rules for making it easy for a startup to start out, have a shared office space, have access to talent of people who are willing to work in startups, not just the ones who are working in corporates or tech giants otherwise, right? So this kind of access is what Bangalore gave me, and which rightly makes it the Silicon Valley of India, and it also makes it the right place for innovation to happen, because the kind of talent that is available in this city, be it tech or even non-tech, right? Even for marketing, even for sales, people go out and seek any form of talent that you require for your business, be it enterprise sales or be it feet on street sales, or be it a marketing, or be it content or digital marketing for that matter, or even people who understand brand or video content, right? So even non-tech as well, the kind of talent pool that the city provides startups is what makes this the startup central in many ways. And a lot of initiatives by the government itself has gone a long way in fostering this kind of an ecosystem. Both Karnataka government as well as the central government at a nationwide level, with Modi ji's leadership, thought leadership out there as well. So the amount of the grants also, right, we were talking offline even about the grants that Karnataka government is giving out to first time startup entrepreneurs as well, right? So all of this puts Karnataka and Bangalore at the forefront of all of this action, and gives it the right advantage and the right edge, because you can do so many things as a ecosystem or independent, or have investors and have a good mix of mentors and startups. But it's when the government that comes in, and when the policymakers get involved, that this kind of gets poised at a point where it can drive things way faster than otherwise, right? So Karnataka has that kind of a mix, and I can see very clearly Bangalore definitely at the front as a forerunner, but even other places like Mysore, like Hubli, having their own startup networks and ecosystems coming up, and a lot of entrepreneurship coming out from these tier 2 cities as well in Karnataka.
I think the very platform that we are talking today on Bangalore Tech Summit,
yes.
Is testimony, and this is the 25th year that we are driving it. No doubt we will have more number of, beyond Bengaluru, what the government is driving. I think we'll have more number of technology hubs that will be coming up beyond Bengaluru, like
Right.
Mysore, Hubli, Dharwad, Bangalore, all these places. I think it will be coming in. I think it's been a great learning for us actually and our platform viewers today. Thank you so much for your time. And this is a great disruptive industry that you are actually shaping it across, especially from the SME segment that you are going after. And thank you so much for your time and insights today. And wish you the very best. Thank you
Thanks
so
a
much.
lot. Wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Pitstop at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today I am with someone who has built a business of a new asset class. It is the largest crypto investing application that is trusted by over 18 million users. And speaking of him, he has won many hackathons, who is an innovator, a disruptor. And here we have Mr. Ashish Singhal from CoinSwitch. Welcome and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for inviting me. Thanks.
All right. So we say that the company, your company, is always on the mission to make money equal for all, right? So how and when did this idea actually start? How did this come up? And I'm sure your journey from Meerut all the way to Marthali here in Bengaluru has definitely been super exciting.
Yes.
So how did you actually validate and pursue this idea of yours?
Sure. So let me tell you a story on how this originated, making money equal for all.
Right.
We all come from middle class families, always struggled in life, right? And our parents worked hard day in, day out to even pay for our school fees, to pay for our college fees, to have that extra milk at that house every day, right? But the opportunities that my parents had, by when we were growing up, was only to earn more by working hard every single day, right? The opportunities to growing the money that they had, they didn't had those opportunities, while the HNIs in India may have those opportunities. So there is a disparity with the middle class, and while HNIs already have those opportunities in growing their money, the idea was, can we bring those opportunities to everyone in India equally, right? And crypto stands for those ethos as well. So crypto is the first asset class we started with, which we wanted to simplify and get access to crypto to everyone in India. And the idea going forward is to add more asset class, give the opportunities to Indians to invest not just in crypto, but in mutual funds, stocks, US stocks, and make easier decisions. Get all the opportunities that HNIs has today. Those same opportunities should be available to everyone in India through CoinSwitch. And that's where making money equal for all comes from.
Oh, that's amazing. And what is this journey from Meerut to Marthali that has got you? It must be a very exciting story.
It is. So it's an exciting journey. I was always fascinated by tech products. Steve Jobs is one of the person that I've always looked up to. I know it's a cliche now, creating the dent in the universe, but I think that line always resonated with me.
Correct.
When I used Google for the very first time in my life, I was just amazed. How could just a simple search bar, typing anything that you want to know about, get you all the information that you need? And that was the point that I always thought that I will create something of my own.
Oh, wow.
Like Google, maybe as big as Google or even bigger someday, and create that dent in the universe. And my journey to Meerut to Marthali has been an amazing journey on this path itself. Today, we are changing the way people invest. The idea is, can we change, provide these opportunities across India, change the way people invest their money, grow their money, and create that dent in the Indian financial ecosystem.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay. So was crypto always the idea, or is it something led you here?
I think being an engineer, being an introvert, I never, wanted or never liked dealing with people so much, rather dealing with code.
Okay.
Because for me, code is reality.
Okay.
What code says, it will do. Reading the Bitcoin white paper kind of gave us that opportunity of a new world where code can do a lot of things, be open, and as a user, I will always be treated fairly, right? So today, if in a bank, a Mark Zuckerberg goes or I go, we may be treated very differently, although the rules should apply equally to both of us.
Right.
The idea is how do we provide the equal opportunity to every individual in India, and blockchain and crypto was the way to solve for that.
Okay.
And that's what attracted us toward the crypto ecosystem.
The crypto. Okay, wonderful. All right. Now, speaking of CoinSwitch, how important do you think having a co-founder is? Do you think it's required or necessary to have the co-founders from diverse backgrounds so that they can complement each other's skill? What's your take on that?
I think definitely diversity is required, but I also feel that knowing each other in and out, it's a journey, it's a life journey that you're taking. So Govind and Vimal and I have been friends for over 15 years. We met on first day of our college journey. So we know in and out of each other. We know our strengths, we know our weaknesses. And entrepreneurship journey is very hard. In that time, sometimes you fail. Sometimes you need someone to say everything's going to be okay. Give you that motivation once again. Tell you why you started and continue to push, right? Having people around you who knows what you go through, who knows you in and out, help you guide in that journey, in the right path, right? And that's why having co-founders definitely help. Because journey is not easy.
Right.
Choosing a co-founder is like choosing a life partner in a way, in many ways.
Right.
Getting the right co-founder can, make or break your company. Right? So I would say it's extremely, extremely important to have amazing co-founders.
Right. And I'm sure you guys make a great team, and that's the reason of the success we're standing with CoinSwitch today. All right. So for a startup, what do you think in the initial time? Do you think the profitability of the company is important, or do you think the valuation is what should matter more?
Sure. So I'll give you our example. I, to be honest, don't know the right answer. The answer may vary from different people.
Right, right.
But who we are, so I come from a Banya family. The only way to know how to what a business is if you're not making money, then you're probably not solving good enough problem. Right? So our measure of our product was that are users willing to pay for it? It was not about profitability, valuation, or anything. It was about, are we solving the right problem?
Problems. Okay.
How do we know we are solving the right problem? We can solve a problem, discount it, and people may adopt it.
Right.
Or we build a better product and ask user to pay for it. And if they pay for it, we know we are on the right track.
Right.
So getting to profitability was a pseudo metric which can help us do product market fit. And that's what we did.
Okay.
In the first 10 days of our company forming, we got funded by Sequoia, but we never touched Sequoia's money until we reached profitability. Making sure that we have the product that we want to market, that we want to, take to the next level. And that measure of success was profitability for us.
Okay, that's wonderful. So this is one advice you would want to give the new startups that is coming up.
Yes. So again, like profitability versus VC changes with what use case you are solving, what situation you are in. How I have learned to solve this problem or figure out what matters more is by looking at, is your product good enough that your users will pay for it? Don't discount your product. If you know you have solved a problem well enough, charge for it. And see how many users are willing to pay for it. And that's a pseudo metric to reach to product market fit.
Okay. And we have close to or over 18 million users with CoinSwitch today as a result of the same. Right. So moving on, how do you think the young India is accepting crypto?
I think young India is accepting crypto exceptionally well. And let me tell you why, right? Crypto is a new asset class.
Right.
It's probably the internet in the making, the next internet in the making.
True.
And a lot of the Gen Z population have grown up on the internet.
Very true.
They've used Twitter, Facebook more than, all the time, right? And the information asymmetry that used to exist, that USA would be 5 to 7 years ahead of us with the information, data, knowledge, it's not there anymore. Now we have the same information, knowledge that the West has. Right. And young generation today understands what crypto can bring to the ecosystem. And that is why they are investing into the crypto market. They do understand that it is a risky market.
Right.
It is like investing in probably Google in 90s, or maybe it may fail as well, right? So they understand the risk with crypto that comes with it, but they're also confident that this could build the new internet, and they want to be part of that ecosystem.
Okay.
So that is why the acceptance of the new young generation into crypto is very, very high.
All right. So what are the regulatory challenges today in this form of trading?
So crypto overall is unregulated in India.
Yeah.
And that brings a lot of challenges.
Very true.
Every crypto company is self-regulated, doing their own, KYC checks, ensuring user protection. But there has to be a broader mandate, which should come from the government itself on how each crypto company should be regulated, how different use case should be regulated. So there are no anomalies across companies, and user protection is treated at the highest level. So we have a long way to go there, hoping that the crypto will be one of the key topics in the G20 presidency, which is coming to India next year. We are hoping some clarity to come in the crypto space.
Okay, all right. So moving on in the future. So back few years, if we go, we're going back few years. People used to mostly invest. Could be let it be the savings bank, or they put an FD, and people are now slowly moving to stocks. Do you think the crowd's interest might shift from stocks to crypto in the near future?
I hope not. The idea is, it's not that crypto is bad or stocks is good, or stocks is bad or crypto is good. The idea is that for a portfolio to succeed, it needs diversification.
Correct.
Crypto needs to be part of the portfolio of the users, but it doesn't need to replace stocks. It needs to complement it, right?
Correct.
So you need to create a portfolio which includes stocks, crypto, mutual fund, even fixed deposit, bank savings
on the same platform.
On the same platform.
Okay.
And the idea is that how do we allocate that money of the user in the right way, taking the right risk and reward ratios, giving users a better return for the overall portfolio.
Right.
And that is the key way to measure the success of crypto, on how many portfolios it becomes part of and gives that alpha to the portfolio of the user. Right? It's not there to replace stocks. It's there to complement it.
All right. No, slowly people have, the transition was slow, but of course we've come here. Now, possibly what you said, everything on one platform actually makes more sense even for the users in that terms. All right. So how prevalent are the advisory and the portfolio management services in this market? How does one actually learn how to, invest or trade? How can one actually learn it?
So there are amazing platforms out there. Even CoinSwitch is creating, Switch, which is our block content, where people can learn how to invest, how to use different asset classes to their advantage.
Specifically,
every asset class. Even savings. We would give you the reasons of investing into savings, fixed deposits, mutual fund, and others as well, and how you should build your portfolio. Having said that, the idea is that our school education doesn't tell us much about our financial well-being, right?
Right.
And CoinSwitch is not just the only, player who is solving for it. A lot of individual, lot of influencers, or finfluencers as they are called, are trying to educate users on, how should they invest their money?
Right.
What is the reason for the investment? How should they look at investment? And today, a lot of youth is learning that on the internet. The idea is to convert those into strategies and apply those strategies on a platform with an ability to diversify their portfolio. HNIs, the advisories and all do exist in India, but the penetration is very, very small. How do we get to hundreds of millions of users using those strategies and investing correctly in the market is the real game changer, which CoinSwitch want to be part of.
Okay, that's wonderful. All right, so we have read about how simple you are or how grounded you are, like we can see right here. So do you think that's your success mantra, staying grounded, or the simplicity in you is what takes you forward?
I think simplicity in product help reach masses. And if a solution doesn't reach masses, then probably the solution is not good enough, or you haven't explored that enough, right? And that's what we are trying to solve. Before us, a lot of crypto companies existed. We were probably the latest entry into the market. Only 2 years ago, we entered the India market. But now the biggest player, because we understood that for a user who is using, say, Swiggy to order food online, or to book an Ola or Uber cab with a click of a button, understanding the complex interfaces of exchanges is not the right idea. And how can we simplify crypto so that a user can buy with a click of a button. And
Right.
that's the reason for our success. We want to
Okay.
replicate that across asset classes. Tomorrow you're buying stocks, mutual fund, which mutual fund to buy? There are 1,300 of those,
Right.
right? So how do you make decision making easier over time? How do you simplify investment overall is the goal of CoinSwitch. And hopefully we get there in the next few years.
Very soon, very soon. So now as we're here, I would like to ask you, how is the work culture here at CoinSwitch? Is it like a place for absolute workaholics or is it like a fun place to be in?
I think obviously it depends in parcels that it's bit of both.
Correct.
But what I'll tell you is that every startup hire some amazing folks, right? We have some of the smartest folks out there. And there is a saying, work smart, don't work hard.
Very true.
So I disagree
really?
with that. So what we believe is that when smart people work
Harder.
that's where
A combination of both.
Yes, and
Okay.
that's where the game changes, right?
Okay.
So we are a bunch of smart people, but working really, really hard
Yeah.
in solving, the investment problem for India.
Okay.
We are a hardworking bunch, but we enjoy a lot. We party a lot
Yeah?
as well. We take breaks
Okay.
because we
Very
understand
important.
taking breaks are very, very critical.
Correct.
And we all come from similar backgrounds, understanding the need of solving this problem. Like I talked about my background of,
Right.
struggling with money, right?
Right,
A
right.
lot of us come from similar backgrounds.
Correct.
Attaching to the goal that why solving this is so important gives us energy every single day to solve for it.
Okay.
So what I will say is that we are smart folks working very hard and passionately in making investment simple for India, right? And that's what the culture represents as well.
That's wonderful. On that note, I think I must ask you, something a little keeping CoinSwitch aside. Let me ask you, how is Ashish Singhal as a student? Were you like a first bencher, last bencher? Was there like a mischief side to you? How is it?
So I was always the first bencher.
Yeah.
So I was that Sharma ji ka ladka that
Acha.
people talked about. I would want to be first in class, first in school, and first in merit
Okay.
in anything that I
Okay.
do in curriculars. I love participating in competitions. So I've won like every major hackathon in India. Growing up, like every Olympiad, I would have won. So I was very studious.
Okay.
You would not find me on a basketball field, or you would find me in library most of the times.
Right. Oh, that's a very interesting thing, because usually I hear, do you think it's important? Does grades actually matter?
I think
for a successful career, I mean, for a successful career.
It may not matter
It may
at
not
all,
matter.
to be
Okay,
honest.
okay.
And to be honest, like in 10th and 12th, where the external
More
studies,
pressure.
the pressure happens, some people crumble, and I was one of them.
Oh.
I was very good in studies, but somehow I crumbled at that pressure.
Ah, okay.
It didn't mean that I couldn't be here or I couldn't build something amazing.
Right.
But what it did was it built character. It showed me the value of hard work
Learning,
very
basically.
early in my life, and showed me that you can still learn and apply those principles practically and actually achieve something much bigger. Right. So
Oh.
it built that habit.
Okay.
So it's not about grades. I think it's about that character building.
Okay. So the ups and downs also had enough
Yes.
amount of learning that
Yes,
brought in.
yes.
All right. So apart from that, apart from CoinSwitch and crypto, what are your other interests, your hobbies in general?
So I love to hack things still.
Okay.
So like if I find a problem, I would love to solve it.
Okay.
In my weekdays, in my free time, I'm working on tinkering with some product, working
Okay.
on creating something, solving some problem for myself
All
that I'm
right.
facing in my life.
Okay.
And I'm working on few projects now as well. So
No,
yeah.
but in terms of hobbies, I'm asking, leaving.
These are
this
my hobbies. Solving
Wow.
problem is what I
So
love.
I think you're in the right space.
I am in the right space. I always, like very early in my life, I knew that
This is what you
this
wanted
is what
to
I
do.
wanted to do.
That's wonderful.
Right?
That's
So,
wonderful.
my father would always say that, create value for yourself.
Sure.
And if you're smart, you will figure out a way. And the idea was that keep on solving problems. And one day you will figure out that this problem needs to be solved for millions of people.
Okay.
And then you will go ahead and do it.
I'm sure
Right?
your
So,
parents must
yeah.
be, super proud of what you have achieved today. All right. So now that you're very famous, and has life changed in some way? Because unicorns are the thing of today. So has anything changed in
I
your
think
life?
yes and no at the same time. Obviously, now I have a big team. The decisions that we take impact millions of users
Right. Very
now.
true.
So we have to be extra bit cautious in taking those decisions. But life in a way has always remained same in solving the problem.
Okay.
In trying to.
That's the key.
That's the key.
That's the
right.
key. Okay.
And that I still feel that I'm still the same guy trying to solve that problem every single day. Now with an amazing team behind me as well.
Oh, that's lovely. All right. So what's your mantra to growth hacking?
I don't believe in growth hacking.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe in working hard.
Okay.
Growth hacking gives you a perspective that there is a switch. If you flip it, today you are nothing, tomorrow you are everything.
Very true.
I don't believe in that perspective. I believe that you have to work continuously, work hard every single day, move the needle bit by bit. And one day that success will come to you. There is no hack that you can apply in between.
There's no shortcut
success. To success. You actually have to solve the problem to actually get to success, and the journey is hard. You have to work hard every single day, take all the challenges that come your way and solve for them to achieve something much bigger.
Wonderful. All right. So how do you actually look at failures? There would have been many ups and downs throughout your journey. So how do you actually face it, or how do you look at failures?
Yeah. So we embrace failures at CoinSwitch, right? So every quarter, if you haven't failed, you probably haven't tried enough. Right?
Okay.
So failure are the measure for us to know whether we are pushing the boundaries enough or not.
Okay.
A successful team is praised all across, always.
Of course.
But a team which has failed and figured out new ways to succeed is what we are building, and what we
that's a learning there.
That's a learning there, right? And a lot of people can remain in their boundaries, can keep on succeeding, but may not reach the heights of their talent. The idea is that if you are not failing, then probably you're not learning. And if you're not learning, you're not pushing hard enough.
You're not growing.
You're not growing, right? So the idea is to continuously grow, push the boundaries, and see, can we achieve something much bigger together? Right?
Okay, that's wonderful. All right. So moving on, we are celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th year. We're still celebrating it. So our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has spoken about the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years, which is the 2047. And he's also called the next upcoming 10 years, the decade, because the technology will be driving us to a better future. So where do you see our country 10 years down the lane from your perspective? Also tell me how and where do you see CoinSwitch? 10 years, and how do you see yourself? Where do you see yourself in the upcoming 10 years?
Sure. So coming to the country, right? Crypto, blockchain are creating the new internet. Let me tell you a story. 15 years ago, if you were to start a company online, you would probably order servers online, set up in your house. Took probably 2 months to connect to the internet and be online.
Right.
Amazon came along, said, "Oh, I have the infrastructure. Why don't you host on me? And you could be online in a day itself."
Okay.
But what we ended up losing in that battle was that we became a services hub.
Okay.
We never built those infrastructures. Those infrastructures are remained with Google's, Microsoft, and Amazon's of the world, which we rely on to be online, to build companies. Today with Web3, that is what is changing. It is creating a new internet, creating a new infrastructure, which now India can build. And everywhere in the world would use that infrastructure to use the internet, right? So from the services to products to now infrastructure is what we are moving. And I believe in the next 10 years, India would be the leaders in that infrastructure play. Would be creating that new internet, would be building the next Google, Microsoft, Amazons of the world on blockchain with crypto.
Wow, that's like a huge vision we have for India. Now let's come to CoinSwitch. Where do you see CoinSwitch? Do you have any global expansion plans, or what are your plans for CoinSwitch?
So the plan is to solve the problem, like I said.
Yes.
One indicator that we have solved the problem well enough is that we would be, in the next 10 years, one of the biggest public fintech companies in India, right? So that's my benchmark to reach.
Okay, that's where we want to reach.
Yes.
And what about you? What about Ashish Singhal? Where do you see yourself 10 years down the lane?
I think, again, being a problem solver, this problem has been there all my life. And if I have solved it well enough, if I have democratized finance in a way that people not only think about earning more, also think about growing their money in India, and that becomes like a second habit.
Right.
When you go probably in a street, ask someone that, oh, are you investing? And he says, yes, I do SIP on CoinSwitch. Is the day I feel that, you know, I've done, my job, and I feel that, I'm happy.
That's where you want to see yourself. Wonderful. All right. So you're that person who has come to Bangalore from Meerut, isn't it? So what do you think makes Bangalore is the hub? Like we have all the startups, the unicorns and new businesses, everything here in Bangalore. What do you think personally that makes Bangalore that place?
I think two things in particular is what makes Bangalore Bangalore. Every startup is creating something new and unique. The idea could be really amazing, but if there is nobody to try that idea, the idea would fail.
Right.
So the people of Bangalore are very open, would try out any service,
anything,
and give you honest feedback. And I think that is the culture, that is the rock bed on which a startup is formed, where you can find your early adopters. And I think Bangalore is that place where people are very open to new ideas, trying out new ideas and giving you feedback. Right. So that is step one. Step two is obviously having an amazing framework built around us, where we don't have to solve the problems like a new entrepreneur.
Right.
Where people who have come before us have already solved a lot of problems for us. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time. And a lot of problems are solved for us already. Right. And that's where Bangalore obviously takes the cake. Right. A lot of amazing entrepreneurs have already built one of the biggest, India's biggest companies from Bangalore. And that infrastructure exists. Right. And obviously with the support of the government, we have a lot of policies which support startups. Right?
Very much.
I think a combination of all of this is what makes Bangalore Bangalore. It's what makes Bangalore
the place.
The place, right? It's not the next Silicon Valley. It is the the startup hub of India.
Right.
So,
right. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ashish. It was a great conversation with you.
Hello, namaskar, and welcome. We have a very special guest here, Shri Jitendra Chadda, the country head of Global Foundries. Highly illustrative career. He's seen it all, how the technological, particularly the IT revolution has grown over a period of time. And it's indeed a matter of great pleasure to have you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure, sir. So, my basic thing, first question is that, now over a period of time, the revolution of IT, which nobody had envisaged, Karnataka had seen it in terms of how the IT revolution. You were a part of most of the recent developments. What is your feeling? What was your feeling then and now? Has it changed, or you always envisaged that it will grow for such a big way?
See, if you look at it, as a country, India, we are one of the largest economies, maybe fifth largest, sixth largest economies in the world. And within that large economy, digital has played a very big part over the last 2 decades, 15 to 20 years.
Correct.
And Karnataka has been in the forefront of contributing to India's